Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Shy, and welcome back.
Well, thank you. Good morning, all.
Wow, we missed you. We're glad you're back, and we had a crazy, crazy week while you were gone. I'm sure you had a great week. We'll hear more about it later. But what happened overnight? What's going on in the news right now?
All right. So we had Amazon reporting after the bell yesterday. They projected a surge of more than 50% in capital expenditures this year, joining its peers in a spending spree to build out AI infrastructure. That sent its shares down 11.5% in after hours trading, still down about 10% this morning. We keep talking about all of this capital expenditure, and we have yet to kind of see any payoff from this. So I think investors are starting to get a little worried about this. And it was interesting in the conference call or in the earnings call, the company was kind of on the defensive tone about it. So I think they could kind of see that investors were kind of worried by the line of questioning that was handed to them, which is kind of very different stance from them. So just something notable about that. And moving on, including what they are expecting to spend, which is $200 billion next year with a B, total from all four big companies, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft. They are going to spend $650 billion for 2026 in data centers and equipment. Now, these high spending projections raise real concerns about energy supplies, which I've been talking about forever, prices, and potential distortion of economic data, and questions to whether these companies will be able to execute on their ambitions and afford the costs. And so far, we have seen tech sell off all of this week on this, and Amazon earnings certainly did not help that. Moving on, and at the flip side, let's look at some of the the mid caps and small tech stocks. We had BofA's Hartnett says that U.S. small and mid cap stocks are the best bets ahead of midterm elections as the technology heavyweights lose their appeal. Michael Hartnett, who's the big analyst over at BofA, said that Donald Trump's aggressive intervention to reduce the price of energy, healthcare, credit, housing, and electricity is weighing on factors including energy giants, drug makers, banks, and big tech. That makes smaller stocks the main beneficiary from a boom in the run-up to U.S. elections. We are long on Main Street, short on Wall Street until Trump's approval rating up on policy pivot to address affordability. So Main Street over Wall Street, it seems to be the tone. We kind of keep seeing that over and over. But that said, the share of all of U.S. firms reporting earnings growth hit a 4-year high. So more than 75% of the S&P 500 have reported results so far, and they saw growth in earnings versus a year earlier, the highest proportion since the third quarter of 2021. So that said, even though we're kind of flat to down on the year on the S&P 500, if you take the equal weight S&P 500, we're actually up to 3.5% this year, outpacing market cap weighted benchmark. So interesting on that. And a quick note before we get to what we have on the data this week, we have the senior executive at NVIDIA supplier Winston says AI is not a bubble. Well, gee, I wonder why he supplies NVIDIA, but of course he's going to say that. I just thought that was rather funny. On an oil note, U.S. and Iran are holding indirect talks on Oman this week. We can get into that a little bit later on in the session and what that means and it doesn't mean. When we talk about crude oil with Blake. And then I just want to get to the data really quick. Today, we do not have non-farm. That has been moved to February 11th. The data today, all we have is at 10 a.m. We have University of Michigan sentiment, University 1-year inflation, and University of Michigan 5 and 10-year inflation. And that, again, is at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time.
Shai, I thank you for that, but I have to ask you, you this week were hobnobbing with the elite in the global energy arena. Was there any inside info you could tell us about crude oil prices?
So we'll talk about, I mean, my big takeaway of that is really, it's all about energy security, market stability, and resilient energy supplies moving forward. Particularly, there was a lot of talk about AI data center infrastructure, plus the kind of emerging markets and how much demand is coming out of emerging markets. So a lot of good info that we'll touch on in and out of the day today.
Awesome. Very, very, very awesome. We have a big day planned. Appreciate everybody being here. Good morning, chat. Thank you for being part of the NinjaTrader Live community. We have a great lineup today. Let's go over that lineup right now. We have, as usual, Friday morning gap. We have Blake Morrow. Pip Bizarre is going to be joining us in a couple of seconds. Then the man, the myth, the legend, Capital Preservation Friday, Ferragamo Friday. Pax is with us. And then Trading Live will be XYZ and Trading Boxes, Christian. So that's today's lineup today. We're going to finish strong on a Friday. There's all sorts of stuff to talk about, a lot of activity in the market. So let's get right to it. Shai, let's get Blake in here.
Hey, good morning, team.
Man, there he is.
Good morning, Blake.
TGIF, welcome home, Tracy. Hobnobbing would be the... I saw all the pictures. So cool. What an awesome experience I bet that was.
Yeah, it was really, really, really great. And got a lot of insight. Got a lot of guests planned that I was able to meet. So all good.
That's so cool. That's
Blake,
so cool.
I just got to say, every time I see you, you've got the hair is getting closer and closer to Anthony Crudele's every single time.
I knew you were going to say that. It's the curse of being on NinjaTrader.
It might be. I'll tell you. I have very straight hair, so once it's like you see those little troll dolls they used to put on the ends of pencils. That's my hair, and so as it gets longer, it looks just grows straight out. So when it shortens up, it really I can't even put it down. So it's crazy. Yeah. At least I have hair in my 50s, so I'm not going to complain.
So Blake, we were talking in the green room a little while ago about this reversal of fortunes for just about everything across the board here. I mean, is this market saying, all right, we're back, the bottoms are in these markets, let's go back to business as usual?
Yeah, it's a topic of conversation, especially this morning as we go into Friday. It's hard to put your finger on exactly what is the driver this morning, other than I think sentiment got to a fever pitch this week. Everything from precious metals, the reversals in those, to the reversals in Bitcoin and crypto in general. The one thing I did, I was noting to you guys earlier is I was really surprised how equities really were very resilient. Yes, at the end of the day yesterday, we did break below some trend low, but then we quickly reversed it in Asia. When you saw a reversal in Bitcoin ahead of 50,000, a 50,000 print, that means it was trading at 60. It traded a low of 60. You saw a bounce there, a bounce in silver after hitting new lows in the 60s, 65 or 64. Gold, couldn't make a new low. So all of those reversals of these massive moves have created a little bit of calm. Even in the FX market has gone pretty quiet. It's been fairly quiet in the FX market. You see I call risk currencies like the Australian dollar, the Kiwi dollar. Those have bounced exactly where they needed to keep the bullish trends intact. And then, like I said, the stock market was like, all right, well, that Bitcoin, getting sliced in half, precious metals getting sliced in half didn't even affect us. And even looking past the Amazon earnings, as Tracy was just mentioning, all the CapEx spend, everything's okay right now. So I think we're going into Friday. without
That's the
much
amazing
risk.
thing. Like that's the amazing thing. And Shai, I mean, literally Amazon is down what, over 7% in overnight trading already. With that heavy drag, you would think that the indices are going to have this heavy drag, just dragging it down. The opposite's happening. It's crazy.
I can guarantee you every stock market bear right now got up this morning, or they're getting up this morning, throwing their laptops right out of the window. They're, kicking and screaming. And frankly, this market, it remains very resilient. And that's the theme that we've been talking about here for the last couple of weeks is stocks are still really resilient. You look at the advanced decline line, still very, very strong advancers versus decliners. So that just tells you the underlying strength of the market. It's still there despite all the other ancillary stuff happening around us.
Well, let's circle back to the Bitcoin for a second because this was a big deal. And me and Shai, we were talking about this earlier, Tracy, about when is Saylor getting out? Is he not getting out? Is the folks predicting? Right, are the folks predicting 20,000 right, or the folks predicting a million right?
Well,
Yeah,
if you're asking me, look, I actually I think Michael Saylor said it doesn't matter. Bitcoin could go up as long as Bitcoin goes up one point something percent every day. We will stay in business for the next 80 years or based on his model, something crazy like that. I mean, look, Bitcoin is a risk, I think, and I think it's a risk for the everyday person, and especially a lot of these meme coins. And I have to say that this reminds me a lot of the dot-com bubble. If you guys don't, well, I know both of you remember it. I'm talking to our viewers. If you don't remember the dot-com bubble, crypto is very similar, in my opinion, because you're going to have a lot of these meme coins that basically just go to zero, just like. I still ask, what is fart coin? Somebody tell me what fart coin is and what's the purpose. I really want to know.
It's a token. So,
Yeah.
But Shai, where do you think the madness ends here? I mean, do you think this market stabilizes eventually and kind of goes back up to the right?
Well, I mean, for just Bitcoin, I think, we got close to Blake's 56K, and looking at the chart, I'm definitely not, we're not even close to out of the woods yet. So I definitely think that it could go lower. And interesting, Blake was talking about Michael Saylor. I actually saw an interview with him, and he's like, even if it goes to $1, I'm not selling. I'm like, well, okay. So we'll have to see, his his technical break even is like 84,000. It can go to 74,000. But the problem with Michael Saylor's strategy is it all depends on who's going to buy those that equity, that those bonds. And so, because of how the model works, and if nobody buy, then he can't go out and buy more Bitcoin, right? If he can't issue more, then he can't go. So we'll see what happens to that. I mean, even if you look at the MicroStrategy chart, it doesn't look that great. But even beyond that, you have to think about all of the newer investors that invested in all of these ETFs, right? That just started this year, right? Their break evens are like 84,000. So these people are underwater. So, a lot of people are getting out because it's just not working for them, right? And so, and then it also, this kind of volatility, this kind of sell-off, I mean, we're down 50% from the highs, essentially, that 127 that we saw. That kind of brings into question, is this a store of value, or can this be used as money, right? And that kind of volatility doesn't really work well as a currency.
Yeah. And Jim, can I just real quick, and Tracy hit on a really big point, institutional adoption of crypto, real institutional adoption has really been, I would say, all of 2025. When you have the Trump administration that comes in, very supportive of the crypto environment and an asset class in general. So you have to think, all of 2025, just look at your charts and look at Ethereum, look at Bitcoin, look at Solana, whatever your crypto flavor of choice is. Just look where it was most of 2025, take an average and figure out where we're at from here, from there, which is substantially lower. And that's what institutions are all, they're looking at their balance sheets and their crypto exposure saying, I'm down 20% or I'm down 30%.
But
I'm not comfortable.
what we've done is we've taken we could call it a commodity or an asset or whatever you want. There's a fixed supply, right? We know there's only so many that could ever be made. But by creating derivatives and ETFs and all these other things, it's not fixed supply anymore. You could literally make your own in the derivatives world.
100% agree. I'm thinking about making a NinjaTrader coin for everybody here. So.
Oh my God. Any event. All right. Let's not make this the crypto show. Let's kind of move on a little bit. Just looking at the tape, the stock index futures are up about 0.5% across the board. Cryptos are up 5%, over 5% across the board. XRP, Ripple is up over 17. Is that right? 17%. Crude oil is kind of hanging out. We'll get to crude oil in a second. In the 63 handle level. Bonds caught a bid yesterday and kind of stayed sticky. We're still at a mid 115 handle. Which is interesting, with interesting reflection on possible Fed action. And then the metals are still a little sluggish here. So I don't know. Let's start out with the basics. Let's go to crude oil. Let's take a peek at that. We're at a $63 handle right now. We're over 60 firmly for a while now. Shai, I'll start with you. What do you see in crude?
Well, as far as crude oil is concerned, a lot of we had a bounce earlier over tensions with Iran. Now, what's interesting is we kind of rebounded this week. What day is it? Friday? I don't even know where I am. We kind of rebounded earlier this week when those tensions kind of ratcheted up a little bit again, particularly on Wednesday. Because it didn't look like they were going to have talks. Things kind of simmered out a little. They did decide on indirect talks today in Oman with a mediator, and that did happen. So that, crude oil was up earlier this morning. It has pulled back a little bit. I'm not saying we're out of the woods with Iran by any stretch of the imagination, but that's calmed the market a little bit. But that said, we're still... that $63 handle, so still higher. I still like this market for higher, longer term. I keep saying that, particularly after this conference this week. And so, I like crude oil for the long term. And so, I personally am looking at calls 3 to 6 months out.
All right, Blake, what are you thinking?
I had a conversation with Pax, who's going to be joining us or joining you guys here in just a little bit, and the Sunday crew with Craig and Sarah, and I was asking, the team there, do they use a 200-day moving average 50 DMA and why? I keep them on my screen at all times, not because I use them per se. I keep them on my screen because everybody else is looking at it, so I want to know what everybody else is seeing. We have held every dip below the 200 DMA, both Monday and Tuesday, and we continue to close above the 200 DMA after being trapped below it for so long. And so from a technical point of view on the daily chart, crude remains bullish while we're above like this 6130 breakdown point. I think that's like a pretty key level because the 200 DMA comes in at $62. But like I said, every dip below $62, the market, even Monday, Tuesday, we close back at it or above it. So I think it looks really constructive. I'm with Tracy here. It looks bullish. Now there's still obviously risk, and I don't know if we get through today's talks with Iran and everything seems fine and there's not going to be some Venezuela regime change type of situation going on. I don't know if we're going to hold above that 200 DMA, but frankly, I don't think I'd want to be on the short side while we're above 6130. And while we're above there, it still seems like it's going to go higher. So I'm with Tracy there.
Yeah, I'm a fan of swing highs becoming resistance later on, and I think
Yeah.
that's what we're seeing at 62 spot 36 on the front month here. It's right by that 50% retracement. So we'll see if we could defend that, keep prices above it. Right now, we have a perfect doji going on. So crude is a good trade though, everybody. So we'll keep our eye on that. Let's kind of pivot to currencies since we have the pips are here. Let's go right to the yen. Is the conversation about the yen kind of tapering off, Blake?
No, conversation about the yen is going to be very, very much heated going into this weekend, Jim. And I know Tracy's been traveling a little bit, and she's probably has some things to say. Getting a chance to catch up on some news while she's on the airplane, I'm sure. But this weekend we're going to have the Japanese snap elections, and Takeichi she's expected to come out, with strong support and have a majority. The question is how much of a majority she's going to have. So people were really worried initially earlier this week that the yen may continue to weaken. That's why the yen's been so weak all week. I have to be careful with my phrasing here. Yen has been weak all week long due to the elections this weekend, which puts us back up towards intervention efforts. However, there's been like this murmuring over the last couple of days that if she has really strong support, she comes out with a super huge majority, the yen may be weak. After this weekend, we may gap lower. That means that, that dollar yen will go higher, euro yen, all that other stuff. Yen's moves lower, but the yen may actually strengthen because she might not have to do so much pushing and shoving with her fiscal spend. She might not have to be so aggressive at having this majority. So in other words, and this is something I've been talking to our community about, if we gap lower in the yen over the weekend, I might actually be a yen buyer because that's going to put back on the table, Jim and Tracy, that's going to put back the discussions about intervention, or we call it yen intervention. Might have yen intervention efforts after this weekend, especially if the yen opens extremely weak.
So Yenageddon, it's not a word. I don't know. Shai, what do you think?
And yen intervention.
Yeah,
Yes.
there you go. Yeah. Shai, what are you thinking about the yen? I mean, I've been hearing about this carry trade for my whole adult life now. I don't even know if it's a thing anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it always seems like, if you look at the chart, we get to a certain level and you either have a rate check or rumors of a rate check, or we get to a level where people start getting afraid they're going to intervene and kind of gets bought back up at those levels. I mean, if you draw like I'm talking a Sharpie line across the bottom of that, you can kind of see where it keeps getting bought up. And I count that dip all the way to your left, like that. That's why I said like a Sharpie line.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you for sure. So we'll see. I mean, it does look like it's going down to the recent lows right now. I have a little bit of a rectangle there showing some recent support. We have a target wick down around 63.05. Now remember, everybody, the cash pair here is usually U.S. on the denominator on the top. Here it's the yen, and the U.S. dollars on the bottom is then the denominator. So it's upside
Jim,
down. You got to look at it upside down, but not
Yeah.
non-futures traders don't get decimal points, so we're smart.
I was just going to say, is if we can gap down there to your little support zone, that area, like over the weekend, that's where I'm going to be buying yen if seen this weekend after the elections.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, let's pivot over to gold really quickly here, and if I could find it on my machine. What is this little guy? I don't know what that guy is. Here we go. So gold, I have the piercing line. I'm a fan of this. I know it's kind of silly, but this benchmark candle that we saw on the 30th, huge sell off, took out, I don't know how many days of green candles. The middle point of that is 50.57. It's called the piercing line in technical analysis, or the midpoint of the body of the candle. We cannot get traction. We cannot close above that right now. And this is what day five now. After that. So really what we look for is how quickly we can get back up and recover that piercing line. Today we're trying, but we're still kind of far away here. So I'm interested in what you guys think. Shai, what do you think about gold?
Well, I mean, we are just getting wider and wider moves, right? If you look at the low overnight, that was almost $300 lower.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these are very volatile moves that are happening. I mean, yeah, it's only up $59 from the close yesterday, but really from the overnight, it's up $300. I mean, so, I think that the underlying theme for the gold market to move higher is still in play. You still have central banks buying. You still have people worried about geopolitical issues. You still have people worried about government overspending, government debt. And so to me, it seems like, when we get these pullbacks, they get bought back up again, even if they tend to be deeper pullbacks. We were very, 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 very overbought. And we've kind of worked off some of that frothiness. And to me, this doesn't look like a market that is ready to reverse back down.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, RSI was over 70 for, I don't know, 2 weeks. And this is a good lesson. Just because you're over 70 doesn't mean, overbought doesn't mean it's time to get short, because if you did, you would have got killed. But anyway, we did kind of fall out of bed there on RSI. Blake, what are you thinking about gold?
I agree with Tracy. I mean, the dips are being bought. And it's a different story in silver. Silver's, we made a fresh trend low where gold didn't. So the reason why that is probably the speculative nature of silver. That doesn't mean that gold, or excuse me, that silver, or no, I need to say that again, that gold will make a fresh low like silver did. And I think there's a lot of other reasons why people are buying gold. Do you know that moving average that you have on your screen? What is that, Jim?
So
the white
Blake,
one?
this is long story short, there's no moving averages. This is just the anchored VWAP from the beginning of the calendar year, and it just kind of coincides nicely with this kind of a nice bottom here at 43.19. So that's just the anchored VWAP.
Gotcha. Well, so the 50 DMA, it comes in around the Fibonacci. If you took that low that's where your yellow horizontal line is, you basically go from that low to the high.
Yep.
The 618 retracement, and I'm just you guys can visualize it in your head.
It's
it comes
on the chart.
around.
It's right there in the chart.
Oh yeah, well there it is, 45.50. That sorry, I was just I didn't look right. So that I think is pretty key, because I always trade around Fibonacci ratios, especially the 618. It's the golden fib. So as long as we're around there, I think that's, you get overshoots, undershoots and overshoots, and I think that's going to be a pretty nice pivot for gold. So you get too far away from there on the downside, you could probably be a long, looking for a move back above it, and then you get back up towards 5,000. I think 5,000 is a good round number. I think a lot of people are looking at that saying, hey, if we get back to 5,000, let's let go of some. I think you're going to be trading in this range for a while.
Yeah.
Which is fine because, I think that's good after you have such moves. I mean, to be range bound for a while sets you up for a move higher, not a move lower necessarily if you, start consolidating. But I did want to mention really quickly about gold and silver that CME did raise margins again overnight, effective today. So gold margins rose to 9% from 8% and silver to 18% from 15%.
Wow, 18. That's a spicy meatball. 18%.
Spicy. That's a spicy meatball.
That is a spicy meatball.
All right, so let's end this on bonds. I mean, here's the 30-year Treasury bond market right now, and it's the trade for me, and this is a long-term consolidation pattern ever since the beginning of December. Is selling the 116s, buying the 114.20s. Just waiting for it to zigzag up and down. It's been doing that. We have a couple of times we broke out, false breakout, or a failed breakout to the upside, or a failed breakout to the downside. Right now we're smack dab right back in the middle of the consolidation range. I mean, we're 115 in 16-30 seconds. It just seems like this market is happy with a 4.869 cash yield. What do you guys? Let's go ahead and start with you, Blake, and let's start with Tracy and then go to Blake.
Okay.
Well, I think if you go to a daily chart, we are still really range bound, even though it's kind of a big range. So, I mean, we're coiling for a move. It's going to be whether, that is to the upside or the downside. So I think markets are really waiting for a reason to kind of move. I mean, they're kind of in their happy place in this range right now, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's going to be deciding, what is going to be that defining factor that's going to move it out of this range.
Yeah, and could it, and Shai, bad job numbers keep coming through?
So, yeah, I mean, the job numbers yesterday we saw with JOLTS and with jobless claims were a bit higher than expected. JOLTS showed less jobs than expected. And so we'll all, everybody's really going to be paying attention, obviously, to non-farm next Wednesday.
Yeah. All right. Blake, you got the final word here.
Yeah, those jobs numbers, the challenger, layoffs. I mean, that's just showing you how soft this labor market's starting to show. But Jim, can you do me a favor? Can you zoom out just a little bit more to we get like a couple more, maybe 2 more months worth of data there?
Heck yeah, we got all
there you
sorts
go.
of bars.
And then
for
look
you,
at the
buddy.
top there. So that's a head and shoulder pattern. And what we're doing is we're testing the neckline of the head and shoulder pattern. So it's basically, you guys can visualize what that head and shoulder pattern looks like. We have not completed it. That means there still is more downside for that pattern to complete. Unfortunately, the head and shoulder pattern is the most unreliable pattern that I've spent the last almost 30 years looking at. So, but regardless, we're just testing that neckline still, and maybe that's one of the reasons why resistance continues to hold there. I would be a little bit more careful though with the labor data, because if it continues to soften, which we have, our jobs numbers is going to be on Friday or on Wednesday, of next week. If labor data continues to weaken, we could see, the 30-year rally. We could see yields come down. So that's something I would be thinking about.
Yeah, I got it.
Can I just end with one factoid?
Yes, yes, you can.
All right. So it's interesting. I was looking at implied vol. You have silver implied vol is 87.6%. Bitcoin is at 74%. So silver is expected to be more volatile than Bitcoin.
There we go. 18%
Can we inject
margin.
some of that into the euro, please? That's probably around 6% volatility. That'd be nice.
Yeah, crazy. In any event, you guys, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Blake, you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Again, thanks for the great commentary. Shai, welcome back. You are the best. I will talk to you later on today. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
team.
Thanks, guys.
All right, it is time. Capital Preservation Friday. This is my favorite moment of the week, because I guess who's coming on? The mighty Pax. Let's get him in here. There he is.
That's a spicy meatball.
That was a spicy meatball.
That
man.
cracked me up. I can't, that really made me. I'm sitting here, looking at gold and looking at charts, and I hear that's a spicy meatball. I started laughing. I spit my
18% margin on silver. That's 15 was raised my eyebrows. Because we started off at 11 when they went to the percent. From a fixed number to a percent and notional, and now they're at 18%, and that's as big as I've seen lately.
Well, it's not going to affect. It's not going to affect banks and hedge funds, or anybody else that has major stakes, or institutional traders that has a major stake in trading silver, or that actually trades silver, creates the open interest in the volume. It's going to have an effect on independent retail traders, and that's what they're trying to limit. They're trying to CME's trying to pump the brakes, I think, a little bit on some of that, and just the crazy speculation. There's been a lot of huge swings in silver. Gold. Excuse me. I'm just still getting over this cold, man. This cold has lasted forever.
Yeah, but by the way, let me just mention that the micro silver has 184,000 contracts traded already today, and the micro gold has 454,000 contracts traded already today. Now, that's it's not to the level of a 10-year note yet, but that's some pretty big volume.
those markets are talk about retail and independent trader markets. Those markets are great for you guys. If you want to trade gold, you want to trade silver, that's the spot to look right there. Look at the micros. A great way to be able to be involved in these historic markets with little capital outlay where you can afford. Hopefully, you can afford the margin. Gold made a big low last night, a very big low. I would have liked to have seen it another $10 lower, but 46.70 is close enough. Yeah, I've talked about how gold is trading at $185 swings, $185 swings, and I tweeted last week, no, or maybe earlier this week. This has been a long ass week. It seems like it's been a month.
Yeah.
But I tweeted earlier this week, I think, and we talked about it Sunday. 50.24 is the halfway point for this entire gold move, from the low of 44.23 or 24 to the high of 56.26. 50.24.25 is the exact halfway back point. So, if we get up there, then you take 180 points off that level, and you're going to get 48.5. And I tweeted about that last week, 48.60. This week, I mean, underneath, and that was the target, and we kind of hovered there yesterday. We took it out, and then we broke. The next level would have been 46.60. We stopped at 46.70. Big low on gold. I'm bullish gold long term. Doesn't mean that it's going to rally today. Equities. I would like to see the S&P trading at 66.58. I don't think that's in the cards for now. It looks like.
Hang on. Did you see Anthony's comment? Anthony's comment on gold. I'll read it. Pretty soon, this is Deli's comment. Pretty soon, people are going to have to sell their gold to raise capital so they can trade more gold futures.
That's hilarious. That is very funny. He was working on that for 2 days. He was waiting. He was writing that, rewriting it. He couldn't wait to lay that out in Capital Preservation Friday. But I'm going to use that. Anthony, I'm going to steal that. I'm putting that out there today. Before you do, you better hurry up and tweet that, because I'm going to tweet it and not give you credit for that one. That's hilarious.
I'm looking around the room, seeing what I can sell. There's got to be something here I can sell.
Yeah. I just sell physical gold so I can trade more paper gold. That's the crazy ass world we live in. People will do that kind of crazy shit. I don't know. Yeah. Cash is king, I suppose. But buy more gold. Buy gold, buy silver, even.
Oh my God. No, it's funny too. Yeah. I mean, it's seriously though, if you think about it, you want exposure to silver, you want exposure to gold.
Yeah.
It's still relatively cost effective to do it in the futures market as opposed to going somewhere, buying it, haul it in your car, bringing it home. You're paying a big bid-ask spread at the dealer, sitting in your closet, bringing it back when you want to get rid of it, big bid-ask spread to sell it. It's just not efficient. It's not. I understand the appeal because especially to collectors, but man, just pop in. You got micros, and we're gonna have that smaller size silver contract too, which is in my opinion, is gonna be pretty off the hook. Let me see if I even have the 1 ounce. Listen to this, Pax. The 1 ounce gold contract. 108,000 contracts already traded. So there's.
I got to start paying attention to that. I have to start watching how that moves. Yeah. I forgot that came on board. Ira Harris and my mentor Judd Hirschberg took in the 70s took delivery of one silver contract, and they had to go. It's a great story, and you'd have to listen to Ira or Judd tell it. And they went to I can just imagine it. They went to the Federal Reserve in Chicago to pick up bags and bags of silver that they took back to the CME. They took it back to the Merc and distributed and sold it to other traders. But Ira said that the back of his hatchback, I forget what kind of car he drove, but he had a hatchback, was dragging its ass down LaSalle Street to go back to the Merc with loaded bags of silver. I can only imagine that sort of stuff would happen now. You take delivery of silver and what's going to happen. But, who knows if they actually have that to deliver. These markets are very interesting to me.
Did you use hang on a second. Did you use the word hatchback?
Yeah, hatchback. Remember the hatchbacks?
Doesn't every SUV have a hatch? I mean, Every SUV has a hatchback now. Remember before it was a thing though, right?
Yeah, like it was like an option. Like, oh, he's got a hatchback. Oh, that's pretty damn cool. Everybody smoked, and everybody wanted a hatchback. Hey, you know what? I found a car the other day that I want. A 2020. I don't know if this is real or I just saw it on Twitter, but I got to look it up. A 2026 split back window Corvette. Looks like the 1962 or 63. It's beautiful. Talk
Yeah,
about,
yeah.
I mean, I always caution against buying supercars, but that's a supercar that I wouldn't mind having. And my dad, whenever my old man would see somebody like, what would be my age now, like an older guy driving a Corvette, he would always say, "Look at that asshole, just got divorced, kink up his hair, he gets his hair kinky." Driving his Corvette. It always made me laugh. Wow, look at that jag off.
Oh, it's funny. All right. I shouldn't tell this story, but I will anyway. It was early Traders Expo, like 2005 or something like that, and I had lost a lot of weight. I was pushing 240 for a while.
Oh,
And
mod on.
I got down to about 190. I went to a Traders
Oh.
Expo, and Ray Day, who was a friend of mine from, he's the founder of NinjaTrader. He built the NinjaTrader
Mhm.
platform. He's the head guy.
Legend, yeah.
He hadn't seen me since the last Traders Expo. He comes up to me. He goes, "Oh, are you getting divorced?" I'm like, "What?" Because you lost all that weight. Like, no.
That's hilarious. That's hysterical,
It was
dude.
funny. It was funny. Yeah.
That's very funny.
Oh man. Anyway. All right, Pax. What's going on with the Snazzy? Snazzy is
Oh,
we
big
had
low in the
did,
NASDAQ last night, too. I hate being bullish the indices, but I'm kind of bullish coming into the day.
yeah,
Big low in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ 200-day moving average. Blake was talking about the two. I love listening to Blake.
yeah.
He's just such a good man. He's smart. He's a gentleman. And he's a Marine, man. And Tracy's back from Riyadh. How cool is that? Hanging
Yeah.
around with His Royal Highness, the
I know.
the Spacon over there. I
I
don't know
know.
his name.
And I'm hanging around at the brew pub with my dog. I mean,
Right. Yeah, I was at Capitol Grill last night after a dance lesson, after doing the rumba with my wife on our anniversary. Trying to learn how to do the bachata. That was the funniest. You should see me trying to do the rumba and the bachata. I have no business taking Arthur Murray dance lessons with my wife, but she wants to do it, so I'm doing it with her.
Oh, you're a good man. You're a good man. So the Nasdaq, okay, so go
Big
back to
low
the
last night.
Nasdaq. I know there were some earnings that came out that
Mm.
last night, but we'll set that aside for a second. It's still, I'm looking at a daily chart right now, and I don't have, it's a naked chart. There's not a lot. I just have a couple of VWAPs up here. And what strikes me today is it's a green candle, but we have a lower high. This is like the third lower high, and then the third lower low, right? The trend still looks down to me, even though we're trying to push back up.
Well, shit. Um, Look, this is. I can make a case, Jimmy, for all of this to be bearish, but I like the lows last night. I like the low in the Nasdaq overnight. I don't normally pay attention to overnight price action. I just said this yesterday to somebody on Twitter, or maybe someplace. Oh no, yeah, it was in the Rosary. After the Rosary, I did. But last night the Nasdaq stopped exactly where it needed to, and now it can reclaim some of these upper levels. But it stopped at the 200-day moving average. The last time that the Nasdaq was at the 200-day moving average is, well, I don't know, I haven't looked, was going back to no, hold on, let me put the continuation settings on. It's been a while anyway. It's been a long while.
Well, but yeah, I mean, on the bell though, we did gap lower on the bell, and then we started ripping.
Last May was when we were at the 200-day. So, we stopped there last night, or just shy of it anyway. So that's a good low. I know that, and the Nasdaq is still below some really, really important and huge levels. The Nasdaq has been super weak though too, and is looking for a spot to bounce from. And believe me, it pains me to say that because I want to. I've never seen a bid that I have not wanted to hit in my trading career. So it does pain me to have to say that, man. SPOOs, okay, but also some other levels to pay attention to in that Nasdaq are going to be. Here, let me get rid of that. Oh no, you don't see my screens yet, right?
No, not yet. I could put some lines up here if you want me to.
Yeah. So 24,568, and that's going back to last September. That was the fourth quarter of last year's expiration, and quarterly pivot was 20.
So wait, give me that again. 24,000.
568. It was the fourth quarter of last year's quarterly pivot.
All right, I'm going to paint that on there. It's going to be light blue on my chart right there.
We took that out last night, traded to the 200-day moving average, reclaimed it last night, and now we're solidly above that.
It is solidly above it, that's for sure. That's for sure.
And a macro zone above that is going to be 24,850, which is kind of where we're, just below now and kind of hovering. We need to take that out. NASDAQ rallies above that, and then we're looking at the next quarterly pivot, 25,132. 25,132. I'm still short a runner from there that I'm going to cover out of today's opening range if they rally.
All right, well, there we go. Yeah, so 132 is, I had some, that was pretty much a swing low support area, on the January 20th. We picked up off of that. I still have my rectangle sitting there. I should probably delete this rectangle, but I'll leave it there because a lot of times support becomes resistance. So we'll see if we can pop up above 25,000 today and test that.
Exactly. Do you want some downside numbers too, just in case we break?
Heck yeah.
All right, 24,568. Under there is 24,285. Which, I mean, they took out this morning, overnight, and then rallied above it. 24,285. Then 24,003, so 24,000.
24,003, you said?
Yeah, you can just say 24,000. Round number. Everybody likes those round numbers.
Everybody loves them. All right, there we go. And that actually, there we go. There's that swing low back here in November 21st. That's how I have this. I have an anchored VWAP from there. It's probably maybe not even valid anymore since we kind of are testing that low again. So I might have to rethink that anchor. But I do have the calendar year VWAP. We're miles below that right now. And we're miles below that January 2nd low, which was at 25,267.
Miles to go before I sleep. Miles to remember that Robert Frost poem that we had to memorize in high school.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of high school, St. Ignatius boys wrestling team win the regionals onto the sectionals.
How about that? Whoever thought that tough kids would go to St. Ignatius?
Well, they usually don't. This year, it's all about the coach. Their coach is pretty good. So it just surprised me, to be honest with you. But that's great. Congratulations, boys.
Yeah, that is awesome. St. Ignatius is for anybody that doesn't know, in Chicago is well, let's put it this way. My first day at De La Salle High School, the brother Tom Harding, I'll never forget it, told us that we were the rejects from St. Ignatius. We were the guys that could not get into St. Ignatius. So St. Ignatius is like the smart school. It's the connected school. It's the Harvard of Chicago high schools. It's a great school, a great school. I would have liked my kids to have gone there, but it was too far into the city.
It's kids they take trains and buses to get there. It's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't, we live in Beverly. I would not want my kids to have to take the train through some of the neighborhoods that they would have to take it through on the south side.
Yeah. No,
I mean, if we lived in up north, I mean, even if you lived in Oak Park, what are you going to do? How you getting, you got to go through the west side. No thanks.
Yeah, I know, but they take the Northwestern in, and they have a shuttle bus that picks them up at Ogilvy and takes them over.
Okay. Northwestern trains, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
See, should have moved. When I went broke, I should have moved to Jeff Park as opposed to Bridgeport. It would have been not Bridgeport, but Oakland. It would have been better.
So wait, you lived in I lived in Bridgeport too.
Did you? Where?
Yeah, I lived on 33rd Street and like
The tracks, 33rd and the tracks.
a little further in, but yeah. Yeah.
33rd and the tracks. You got to say it like that.
Yeah. And Mel Comiskey Park was there still.
Ooh, just got my season tickets yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, let's go Sox. I gave them up a few years ago, and then I vowed, as long as Ryan Storff owns a team, no mas. But I love I love the young team that they're building. So
Do you have the scout seats?
No scout seats. We're in section 143 down behind the Sox dugout.
Got it. All right, let's pivot to the SPOOs right now. I got a SPOO chart, daily chart up on the screen right now, and we just wicked through this. This chart to me looks a lot cleaner than the Nasdaq. I mean, we wicked through. We had this swing low on December 18th. I had it marked on my chart. We just wicked through it, popped back up, back above the trend line, back above the 38.1% outside retracement from November. So this is looking a little bit stronger, I think, just generally.
Yeah, the Nasdaq has been significantly weaker than the S&P. Here, write these levels next to those levels I talked about in the Nasdaq. Write these next to the S&P, next to one another, so you can see. 25,132 in the Nasdaq. That equals.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
67.96.
Hang on. Let me get that line on there. 67. Say it again.
67.96.
Got it.
Equals 25,132. Okay. Those are the quarterly pivots for the first quarter of the year.
Got it.
And the S&P did not get there yesterday. It kept holding like 68 even, bouncing, 68 even, bouncing, 68 even, bouncing. So that kept telling me I didn't want to be short underneath there,
okay.
or I did not want to be short there. And then we traded down through 67.96 last night, stopped in the middle of nowhere, really, 67.5, and then or 67.51, and then turned around and rallied back through it. So the Nasdaq. Look, I've said this a million times, and I have to eat my words a little bit here. There aren't too many traders that are actively trading that have traded as many NASDAQ for their own accounts as I have, and I rarely trade the NASDAQ. Okay, with that said, and there's reason for it, and I can talk about it if you want. With that said, the NASDAQ has been by far the best trade. It has been way better than the S&P. Way better, way clearer, way easier, and gave us way more opportunities to add on the downside. Now we're starting to rally again, I think. So we'll see what, I mean, maybe Amazon has something to say about that this morning. But, let's see what we're going to do today. We can easily rally back up to 69.02 in the S&P, or we can. I don't think it's going to be an easy break back down to 67.96. But if it is, I'll buy it there and I'll sell it through it.
All right, give me the levels again. I got 67.96
okay, so
quarterly pivot.
67.96 is the quarterly pivot.
Yeah.
Above there, the next macro zone 68.65. These are macro zones are levels that will not ever change. Okay, I talk about them every week. They never change.
Whoa! I did something wrong here. What did I do wrong? I lost it. Hang on, everybody. Senior moment. All right, give me that one again.
67.96. Above that, we're long to 68.65.
Right. There we go. We're back in business packs.
Yeah, beautiful. We're analog men in a digital world, boys and girls.
You got that right.
So be patient with us.
Yeah. When Blake earlier this morning referenced that 2000 bubble, I was like, wait a second, don't tell everybody that.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe our hair gives it away, though.
Yeah, well, mine does for sure.
And then above 68.65, if we can get above that during the trading day, then we target up to the yearly open, which is 69.02. So think about that for a second. Put right next to 69.02, which is the yearly pivot.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ yearly pivot is going to be 25,478. I mean, that's still like 800 points, or seven and a half 750 points below it, and the S&P can get there today. I mean, it's a tall order for the schnazzy, but it's not for the spoozies. They can get
Yeah,
there.
but you know what's happening here though? The 14-day ATR is increasing. Or before we
Mhm.
started this week for the E-mini S&P, it was 78. Now it's 90 and a half.
Right.
For the snazzy 479. So,
Yeah.
you get a better than average. You get a better than you beat the ATR, and pretty soon you're getting close to that 800 points.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Here we go. I mean, it's been a yesterday I thought was a difficult trade, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and yesterday sucked, but Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were very, very good trades. Monday, we came out of the opening range in the first attempt and we rallied all the way up. I can't remember the high, but we rallied really well. Tuesday came out of the opening range in the first attempt. We broke all day.
Yeah.
And then Wednesday, we finally took out some of those. We took out 68, 65. I mean, it was no, we did not. We traded. Wednesday was the day of the Ninja Cup, right? Oh, that was fun. That was a really good trading day, and I think that my comments in here helped a lot of people. And Salma had a huge swing, but we had talked all the way through that, and it was an interesting day. But what was the opening range? We broke like 100 points, and we traded right down to 68, 65. I was short all the way down, and I told everybody, or suggested to everybody in the chat,
Yeah.
to get out there. And if you're a dip buyer, that's the place you want to get long at, and that's where it held until yesterday. We chopped through it, and yesterday was just, yesterday was a day to take your expenses and kind of roll away, man. Roll away.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was fun. The arena challenge was a lot of fun this week.
Wait, yeah, you traded exceedingly well.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, it was when the market when you're looking at Nasdaq and it it was the velocity. I'll use the word velocity of price action was so acute that order entry, you really had to focus because that thing was moving around. And as soon as you click the dome, be ready to get a fill. Even if your limit order is way up here, just be ready because that just happened time and time and time to me.
So why would that be any different, on Wednesday than any other day? Our execution is one of the top three things that we have to pay attention to. Our
Yeah.
mindset, what we're bringing to the screens, how we execute. That look, Salma had put something out on. I love Salma. Salma is to me, she's just incredibly talented. She's very smart. She's young and she's got a lot to learn, but she's great. She reminds me of a younger female version of me, I think. In the way that she thinks. So we had spoken after Wednesday's swing for like an hour. We just sat and chatted and on the phone. Part of that was always you stopped. We talked about why she didn't and that kind of thing. But she put something out the other day on Twitter which got a lot of attention about how trading is very hard. And anybody tells you trading isn't hard is lying to you. Oh, well, okay. It is hard. This is about the hardest thing that you can ever do. And the reason it's hard is because it's not because, I see a lot of young traders talk about studying charts. I got to study. What the fuck are you going to study? I don't know what that means. Study charts. All right, study your fucking charts. What you need to do is you need to take care of your mind, body, and spirit. I know a lot of great technical analysts, people that are way better at understanding things than I am, that can't trade their way out of a paper bag. They cannot make a dollar. Okay, now it doesn't. Something else that all of you younger traders are going to notice too is it doesn't take a whole lot of it doesn't take any talent to make money trading futures. Anybody can make money trading futures, but it's keeping it and growing it that's the difference. I am not impressed with what somebody makes over a year, 5 years, or 10 years. I could care less. I meet traders all the time that have a ton of money that have been trading for 5 years. I don't care. Who cares? What matters is what you take with you when you're done trading for active income. That's the only true measure of success. Make money, bank money, live below your means, buy gold, buy silver, buy food, prepare yourself for whatever eventualities this world has. Because I can guarantee you, your life is going to change, the business is going to change, the world is going to change, and you better change with it. Okay, now, that said, trading is very hard because of what you bring to the screens. That's it, right? You can study the charts, you can be a great technical wizard, but unless you know how to manage yourself, manage your emotions, and unless you are supremely self-confident, supremely self-possessed, supremely self-assured, and other things, you will not be able to sustain long-term success. Unless you know how to love and be loved, you will not sustain success. Think about that for a minute. I'll put that on Twitter and I'll get trolled, and I do. But if you do not know how to love and be loved, you will not sustain success as a trader. That means that you need to be honest, you need to be forgiving, you need to be forthright, you need to take radical responsibility for the way that you think, breathe, move, and have your being. And if you don't, these markets are going to chew you up, spit you out, and shit you all over the place. I choose not to live like that.
Let me add this to the mix. I agree with everything you said. I agree with everything you said. And I'm blessed and fortunate in those categories for sure. But there's, in my mind anyway, at least in my experience, there's something to, I'm going to use the word muscle memory, right? Mm-hmm. So you're looking at a dome, or whatever you're looking at, whatever your shtick is, right? You're doing it, and then you get this muscle memory like, okay, sellers are going to come in right now. Buyers are going to come in right now. There's going to be some stops here, and you get this kind of, it's in your head, right? And it only comes with, putting the work in, putting the time in, being there, doing it, and getting, and then not only doing it, but also, all right, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? What just happened to me? And those kind of things you got to always ask yourself. I still do it, and I've, been doing this 40 years, so.
Yeah. Look, yesterday's a great example. I think yesterday was a great example of all of the stuff that you're saying and I'm saying. And then I want to circle back about what Selma said on Twitter. Yesterday morning, I made so many stupid rookie mistakes. But yesterday morning, I came in, I've got this cold that's been kicking my ass for a week or over a week. And now, I just started sleeping better. I came in yesterday full of vim and vigor. Let's go. The market's going to break. We're going to, and it was choppy. It was thin, whippy, and choppy. I finally got positioned after taking some expenses. And then I moved my keyboard and accidentally shut my computer down. So I had to hurry up and call the order desk, make sure that I'm working, get stops in, got those in, and then brought my computer up. First thing I did, right? Now, then the market, I took profit on the trade, and the market came and scratched me out, and then that was it. I was done. I felt unsettled. I felt like I made a little bit of money. I felt like I got killed though. I made a little bit, just a little bit. And I felt like I got whacked. Yeah. Wednesday was a very significantly profitable day. And, usually after really good days, I tail it back. So I paid attention to my gut. I paid attention to my spirit. I paid attention to how I felt. And I stopped trading for the day. And the market was extremely whippy. It was, if you're a scalper, it was a scalper's paradise. But, yesterday was a choppy, hard day for my process. So I stopped trading, right? I listened to my gut. I stopped. 5 years ago, I probably wouldn't have done that. I would have cut my size and I would have continued to trade until all I did was bring stress, anxiety, worry, and I made this feel hard. This should not, really good trading should not feel like you're working. Really good trading, once you get the mind, body, spirit part down, and that's a journey and it takes forever. But once you get that down, then every day should feel like you're cheating life. Every day should feel like Sama said in our conversation, like you have a cheat code. Trading is difficult. It's extremely hard, and very few people can do it because of who you are, what your relation to money is, and all of those other, mind, body, spirit things, or the esoteric or philosophical or spiritual way of looking at it. If you can't be a good lover, you can't be a good profitable trader. So all of these things are something that you need to keep in mind. And this is a journey, okay? So you get that muscle memory down. That's one thing, and that's an important thing. You get the technicals down. That's one thing. And that is an important thing. You get a process that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable. And that's an important thing. But that's one thing. You start to put those things together, and now you're starting to create a framework of being within this business that will propel you forward. Okay, now, who are you? And what are you bringing to the screens? Because none of that shit matters when you lose self-possession, when you lose self-control, when you lose self-awareness. All of that stuff goes out the window. Oh, I tilted, I blew another account, I blew up, and this and the other thing, and all of this other shit. And now what are you doing? Yeah. Now what are you doing? And believe me, I have made every single mistake that a trader can make, so you don't have to. That's why I'm... follow the people that tell the truth about this business. Don't go follow the people that claim to make up all kinds of stuff, or that they invented or show their. Follow people that tell the truth. I've made every mistake, so you don't have to, and I've backed more traders than you guys know with my own money, and I plan on doing it again this year too, but successfully this time. Every other time I backed traders didn't work, but this time it will. This time's different. That's why I told my wife, this time's different, honey. Anyway,
I have faith in you. I have faith in you, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness! All right, so we're gonna pivot over to your charts, and whenever you're ready, Pax, and we're gonna start talking about the opening range and the spread trade and all that stuff. So we could pop those up whenever you get a chance right now. But
I'm ready. Michigan Pro.
There you look at that. Look how clean that looks. That's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be clean. But here, in a little while, hopefully it'll look like this.
Yeah.
Opening range. This is an opening range indicator. You guys can download it. Somebody will put the link in here, or you can go to my website and download it. It's on Ninja. It's a free thing.
You just went back. You're just going back a day, right? Just to show the opening range levels and how they populate on your chart, right?
Yeah. Well, you were talking about how clean my charts are, and they are clean, but they're not going to be so clean once the opening range is set. Here's yesterday's opening range.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we went blowing through this one. We stopped. We blew the top of the opening range yesterday was 68.54 and a half, was 54. The bottom of it was 68.40 and 3/4, so 58.40 and 75. We took it out, traded down to the first level, the first 15-handle rotation. We took that out, traded down to the second one. We stopped. Now, coming out of the opening range, though, was whippy. I mean, it took us one 15-minute bar, second 15-minute bar, so it took us, 15, 30, 45 minutes. It was choppy. I stopped trading it. Sold 40.75s, and that's where I took them down to 1/4, and then eventually to 10, and I shut my computer down by accident and panicked and did all kinds of stupid shit. But that's when I fired myself for the day, or put myself on the bench. But this was nice. It took us later to come out too. But now, the opening ranges, talk about the spreads. The opening ranges have been, I said this last week, the opening ranges off the, how do I explain this clearly? The opening ranges have not been easy, right? And so remember this line, another thing to get made on a t-shirt. If it's not easy, I don't want it. If it's not easy, I don't want it. In other words, if I sell here, this is Wednesday, 69.43. 69.43 is the bottom of the opening range. If I sell 43s and I can't pay for my trade right away, that's not easy. I want to be able to sell 43s, pay for my trade immediately. Okay. Now that happens 4 or 5 times a month. Those days I want to be able to maximize. If I sell 43s and it's choppy, 43 bid, I'm out. So if I've got to do that a few times, then I'm going to cut my size and trade the spread, or I'm going to wait until we start taking out these levels. So now
And so by the way, just real quick, Pax, let's just go for folks that are brand new, haven't seen us on a Friday. The opening range is the high price and the low price that gets printed in the first 30 seconds after the bell rings, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to get that out because a lot of people, there's some new faces here for sure.
Yes, it's a high and a low of the first 30 seconds, as it's been defined by um, uh, every major exchange since Dow theory was invented in the 1900s. Different versions of the opening range have come in to play and into vogue through different trading strategies and stocks, of course, which don't really have an opening range anymore. And but the CME still publishes it. If you look at the daily bulletin, you can see the opening range every day. It's also been a phenomenal way of trading. My mentor Judd told me when I met him, I'll teach you a way of trading that works on the floor, off the floor, anytime in the world, anywhere in the world, and it does. It still does. But you cannot take. This is the point that I was going to try to make. You cannot take every false breakout. If you do, you will get destroyed. So if the opening, I don't fade the opening range. I use the opening range as my pivot. I'm going to be short below it. I'm going to be long above it. It doesn't say. I don't say that I'm going to be short at it and long at it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be. I will take the first couple of attempts. So one of the things that I've been doing on the Friday stream when I'm trying to showcase the spread is I got to get used to this heart monitor. Every time I feel it in my chest, it kind of bothers me.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. We're throwing all our stress out the window overboard right now. We're stress free today.
Man, I have some old man issues. This sucks. I got to go see a urologist next week. I got heart stuff. I got PSA stuff. I got all kinds. I got a bad back. Yesterday,
guess what? You're not alone in that battle, my friend.
You should have seen me doing a rumba. I was all crooked left, and then we had to do the bachata. When the kid that's our teacher is a young Hispanic kid, and he said bachata. So when my wife said, "I'm sorry, how do you say this, bachata?" Oh, don't tell her like that. Tell her like a white lady. Let her. We laugh like crazy. That kid was just cracking up.
So also for folks that are new, Pax has a chart up. It's a candle chart. And on the right-hand side, he has two trading ladders or domes. We don't call them doms. Dom is my cousin Dominic. It's dom. It's dome. So he's got two. He's got a micro and a mini, right? You got the mini E-mini S&P and the micro E-mini S&P side by side. It shows prices in the middle. That's why it's called a ladder. And as that yellow flag bounces up and down, that's the last traded price, right? Price moves. That's that last traded price. On the left-hand side are bids. That shows limit orders that have been sent to the exchange for people wanting to buy contracts at those various prices. And on the right side is the offers. People trying to sell contracts at various price points above the last traded price. The spread between the highest bid and the lowest offer is the bid-ask spread, and in these markets, it's typically one tick, as tight as you can get.
See, right, exactly. By the way, I'm still chuckling. Dom, that's my cousin.
Hey, Dom, tell Dom to go to the store. We need some more Parmesan. You don't tell the dome to do it.
Do you remember that Prince Spaghetti commercial when we were kids? Anthony, the lady yelling out the window.
You know what? That's a sign. That's a soundbite. Mission Control. Hopefully Anthony's not listening right now. You got to get that soundbite. What was that? That was for what? That was for spaghetti sauce?
Yeah, no, Prince Spaghetti was for.
Yeah, spaghetti. Yeah.
Oh my God! I thought
we got to get that sound clip for the show.
Anyway, but yeah, so right here you can see the last traded price is highlighted in yellow. That's a very good point, and I guess I should say that. So the only thing I have in my DOMs, I don't want a lot of information on my charts, and I don't want a lot of. This is going to be another thing. I don't ever use a chart to make a trading decision. Okay, I'm not analyzing during the trading day. I'm not sitting here like you guys all say study charts. I don't know what that means, but I'm not going to sit here and look for candlestick patterns, or count the candles or look the wicks or whatever. I know what I'm going to do before the market opens at whatever price. All I'm doing is waiting for the opening range to set. Yeah. All right. So yesterday, just real quick as an example, when the opening range set, I want to be long above it and short below it. That doesn't mean I need to be short at it. And then I'm going to trade to the 15-handle rotations, and I'm going to use those. If the market is choppy, I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to wait for these rotations to get short underneath them, and I'll show you in a few minutes when we open. Or I'll use my macro levels too. The levels that we went over earlier. I'll use those to to initiate trades at. Okay, but I'm not going to fade the OR. I made that point clearly the other day until we get to levels like 68, 65 or other places like that, okay? So everything on my charts are clean, simple, and easy, and my domes too. So the only thing I want on my domes is price right here, and then the bid and the offer, okay? Now if I want to get long, I click on, if I want to get long, I have my live account up, so I'm not gonna do it just for the sake of doing it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, no, we're gonna have plenty of time here
Right.
because we're gonna be.
Look, if I want to get long, I just press on the buy side right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm working to buy 2 at 68.55. I'm working to buy 2 on the bid at 68.55. If I want to sell them, I'm going to sell 2. I want to sell 2 at 61. I put in a 2 lot at 68.61. Now I'm working to sell 2 on the offer at 68.61. Okay. That's it. Cancel them. Whatever. Now, the way that I trade is I scalp in and out, but those, the way that I trade is, I got a little trolled on it last week, but, you're scratch stops. What's wrong?
Hey, Pax. Hang tight 1 sec, because right now this segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So we're going to get into the spread trade. We're going to talk about the CME Group micros versus the minis, and keep going with your demonstration on the dome, though. It's very awesome.
Okay, so if 58, let's say for the sake of argument that 50 here, let me put the sim up real quick. Oh my God. Let me just show you real fast, okay? One of these. Okay, so let's pretend that 57 is the top, 56 half is the top of the opening range. All right, so I try to buy them. Let's say right there. Okay, so now I'm long 2 at 56 half. Go offer them out. Go bid. I can put them back in. So I'm gonna scalp in and out like this to get in the trade and keep my my stops are expenses. 1 to 2 ticks, that's it. Sometimes they get away from me in busier markets. Another shirt to get made, or put it on coffee cups, or get it tattooed on your forehead. I would rather miss a move than to lose money. All day, every day. I would rather miss a move than to lose money. Please write that shit down. That will keep you in this business. And those 4 or 5 days every month that are super easy, where your process is maximized, that will keep you in the business, and you'll make a shit ton of money.
But Pat, you just described FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. There's no fear of missing out. You'd rather miss it. If you miss it, you miss it.
If I miss it, I get up and I go work out. I go do the bachata with my wife. I'll go do. I'll listen. I'll tune in and listen to you guys talk. Yeah. Whatever. I'm not going to sit here and and clip away. Oh boy. 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 Oh, now I'm down $14,000. How the fuck did that happen? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take it easy. This really ought to be like your cheating life. All right, now here, I want to buy 59s, top of the opening range. Bought 59s. I got the edge now. This is the edge. It's bid. I can take the scratch. That's the edge, by the way. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Boom. Scratch stop in. I cannot lose money. I'd rather miss a move than to lose money. I heard a lot of young traders say last week or this week when we were busy on Wednesday, in busier markets, with more velocity and bigger ranges, they size down and widen their stops. Not me. In busier markets, I tighten my stops and size up.
Yeah.
And I think differently than everybody else. I act differently. Now, I also am very good at executing. And this is how I do it. So I bought 59s. I scratched them out. Now it's a loss. Another thing I said the other day, Oh, I lost my train of thought because I realized that I'm not talking about the spread, and
No,
that's what
that's
I'm
okay.
gonna do now.
Let's get into that right now because remember, even though the mini E-mini S&P, it's not mini by the way. It's an old name. The micro, which is right next to it on the chart on the trading ladder, there's two different trading ladders for both of these two different markets, even though they're nearly 100% correlated. The micros are 1/10 the size, so they're smaller contract, which gives you the ability to scale in or scale out on a core mini position.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
that and
exactly.
that's where we're gonna try when the bell rings. This is what
That's what I'm going to show you.
yeah, show you.
One thing that somebody said earlier or asked earlier, a couple of times I saw it in the chat. I'm reading it. Is pay lines. So pay lines are use it to as a general rule. It's going to expand as the ATR expands. But as a general rule, use $200 every one lot is how I'm going to pay for my trade. So it'll be 4 points in the S&P. It's 10 points in the Nasdaq. So if I sell a 4 lot at 60, I'm going to pay for my trade by buying one at 56. Now, when I pay for my trade, my brothers and sisters, it's not about taking profit. It's about removing my risk. Because now a scratch stop in, or I can use a break-even stop, two different things. And now I'm short 3, I have no risk. In this case, we are going to trade the mini micro spread. And I've got it on sim right now because I'm going to do shit that I normally wouldn't do. So let's pretend that
And we still have 10 more minutes before the bell.
I know, but I want to show this. So not because I did this last week. So I bought 2 fake S&P at 61.5, but let's pretend that I'm long 2 at 56. Okay. So I'm long 2 at 56. I want to pay for my trade. Now, when I'm trading a 2 lot, I've got to pretty much be right. On my trades, I sell 2, I buy 2, I sell 1, I sell another one, and I'm done. The market has the S&P has got 80, 90 handle or 80, 90 point ATR. The Nasdaq is like 500, almost 600 points, depending on how far of a look back you're looking. Okay, now I want to expand that, but let's say that I'm long 2 at some price below. Don't look at this. Some price below. I want to sell 5 micros. I want to trade out in quarter units. So I'm long 2. That gives me 20 micros to trade out of. So I hurry up and I sell 5. Now it shows me long 2, short 5. I'm not really short 5. I'm not really long 2 anymore. I'm long 1.5 minis. And that's the way I'm looking at it. So I've got 15 more micros to use to trade out of this scale. Yeah. So I'm long 2 at 55 and I'm short 5 at 59.5. But I'm not really short 5. I am going to trade out of this on the long side. So let's pretend that the S&P is rallying. We trade it up to 63. I sell 5 more. So now I'm long 2, short 10. I'm not really short 10. And I'm not really long 2. I'm long 1 mini. Yep. And I can now trade out of that and continue to trade out in micros. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. And you could also add that way.
Kimberly, what do you mean you're short S&P at 65.55, sister? That's 300 points away. You're not out of that by now? You are married to that position? At 65.55, you're short from earlier or from late last year?
That's going to be that's a typo probably.
Oh, I hope so. Oof. That's a tough way to make a living. So I'm in the minis, out in the micros. Okay, in the minis, out in the micros. This is a good way. This is a good way to learn how to actually learn how to trade because it gives you the ability to learn how to truly take profit on a trade.
Yeah.
Manage your trade profit properly. So there's 2 ways of becoming financially free in this market, and trading your opinion isn't one of them. That's a passport to poverty. You're going to make your trading about you, not me. I want to make my trading about the market, and I want to keep it objective. Okay? Yeah, I know you're confused, so stick around. Show up every Friday. You think that you think you want to run a marathon and you think you're going to run it 26.2 miles in one day?
So just to clarify, PAX has pioneered a method of the opening range trade method with this ladder increments and the way he executes. This is, everybody has a different strat, not everybody, but a lot of people have different strategies, different styles, different ways that they decide when to enter, when to exit. It's truly there is a lot of personality involved in trading for sure. And so what Pax is going to demonstrate when the bell rings is his, over many years of experience, his method here in trading when the bell rings.
Yeah, see, nobody, hold on, I gotta hide my account number.
I'm almost all.
I don't keep a lot of money in my Ninja account, so you can go ahead and glam all
I mean,
you
as
want.
long as your password's not 1 2 3 4 Pax, you're probably gonna be okay.
How in the hell do you know what my password is, Jimmy?
Oh my goodness.
It's not 1 2 3 4. I changed it to my birthday.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
December. Isn't that funny? You know, Jesus was Irish. Do you guys know how Jesus is Irish? He lived at home till he was 30. He never held a steady job. His mother thought he was God, and he had 12 golfing buddies.
That's pretty funny.
I fit a lot of those, a lot of those things. But my birthday is July 2nd. So for most of my life, I thought that the block party we had, the block I grew up on in 71st
For you?
Yeah, it was for me until I was like 12. And I was like, what? The 4th of July? What are you talking about?
Another birthday party for Pax.
Yeah, heartbroken. I thought everybody loved me.
See, that gives me another reason to do another cocktail on the 4th of July because I'll have to do one to celebrate your birthday also.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. More gin martinis. All right. So anyway, now let me make these points, okay? And listen, I know that this can be confusing. So come again next Friday, okay? And it'll get simpler and easier to understand. And when I do it in a few minutes live, it'll be a little bit, hopefully it'll, Ferragamo, hopefully it will be a little bit clearer.
No, wait, that might really be your password, by the way. You're going to change that after the show.
Actually, that's not a bad password.
Hello.
Something like use. Daddy's going to get his Ferragamos.
Ferragamo Friday. Here we go.
Every time I hear that, I think, geez, do I really have that thick of a Chicago accent? And the other day I was listening, I listened back to the Rosary, and I thought, who is that guy? I sound like a bookmaker, but I also, I had that gravelly voice too.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what a bookmaker is.
Wait till you move down south. Depending on where you go, you'll stand out. I'm standing out in Charleston with my accent. And even though I don't think I have one. Yeah.
Oh, you look like you ought to be walking down a street with a loaf of Toronto bread under your arm and a big baseball bat of prosciutto.
Yeah, that's important. Important things in life, Pax. We got about, 3 more minutes here before the bell.
All right. So anyway, listen, this is nobody be offended at our jokes, okay? I mean, Jimmy and I both grew up in the city, and ethnic jokes were at the heart of our ball busting. And on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, where I literally grew up, and at the Board of Trade where Jimmy grew up, all we did was just bust each other's chops. I mean, it was, if you did not have a thick skin, you didn't survive. And the mendacity of it all, you had to kind of keep yourself entertained. So anyway, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And nobody's going to run 26.2 miles just by putting on a pair of Hokas or on clouds and going. You got to train for it. So you're not going to learn how to trade in and out in a spread, or you're not going to learn how to add to positions. You're not going to learn how to actually trade. It takes, Mickey Hoffman, who's a shared mentor of me and Anthony, used to tell everybody, if you break even your first year trading, you're good for you. Good for you. Not impressed. You break even your second year trading, you might be onto something. If you break even your third year trading, you can consider yourself a trader. 3 years it takes to break and you're still a break even trader. Most of you will drift away. It's not easy doing this.
Yeah.
But, because like I was saying earlier, a lot of it has to do with your mind. All right, now listen, let's get ready to trade, okay? What time is it? I got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Dougie Fresh, you're on to Dougie Fresh. Anybody remember that song from 1986? 6 minutes. It's not a song, it's a rap. All right, so Dougie Fresh.
There's a lot of stuff in 1986 that I want to forget.
Oh, look at Mark Mosquito calling us Irish hillbillies. Yeah.
Mark's from Northwest Indiana though, so he's got a special place
I
in
know,
my
but
heart.
he's right. The south side of Chicago is full of Irish hillbillies. I'm sorry. I lived there. I am one of them. But Mark knows of what he speaks. Okay, so listen, let's get ready. Now we are going to open below a macro zone. We're opening above the quarterly pivot. I suspect today's opening range is going to be choppy and very non-committal, or it's going to be very quick. It's going to be very bullish or bearish right off the bat. So that means I'm willing to take the first couple of attempts out of the opening range. And then after, if it doesn't come out easy, I'm going to trade the rotations, and the rotations will populate on my chart as soon as the opening range is set. So one of two things: we're going to either come out of the opening range quickly and easily, or it's going to be non-committal and it's going to be choppy back and forth, in which case I'm going to take my time and wait. Okay.
Right.
So before the market opens, do a little breathing, lower your blood pressure, slow your heart rate down so that you see everything on these domes in slow motion when everybody else sees them chaotically. Remember, this is the mini, this is the micro. Mini on the left, micro on the right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. I'm kind of bearish. Not so bearish anymore. I think, okay. Neutral, nothing. Sort of a wide opening range, not wide enough. I like wide opening ranges because it cuts down on chop. All right, kind of wideish. Widening it. Looks like 57 might be the high of it. It's going to expand. Shite. All right, 57 and a half. I didn't take it. All right, 57 and a half. So it's choppy and it's easy. Motto, and I missed it. 57 and a half, 8 half, 9 half, 0 half, 1 half is the pay line we got there. I don't have them. I missed them. Came out fast. I can buy the pay line if I want to. All right, long the pay line. Out. Could have gotten out of that quicker. Back to the opening range. So very non-committal. We got those of you in my group, if you caught that 57 and a half, you paid for your trade, you scratched them out. No harm, no foul. We're churning the opening range. NASDAQ opening range is, what the fuck is a NASDAQ opening range? 761. Okay. So the S&P is stronger again. 761, that says, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh. It's a fast tape. Payline trade sucks so far. Opening range has been manageable. You can catch them if they go bid and pay for them. So let's take them there again. No, didn't do that. The market is clearly trying to rally.
Yeah, and notice how when Pax tries to enter and doesn't get it, he does not keep that order dangling.
Yeah, I don't want to pull back. NASDAQ is now trying to break. So the S&P tried to rally, couldn't. Schnazzy is now breaking below its opening range. 719 is the NASDAQ opening range low. So you got the indices doing two different things. S&P is trying to rally, NASDAQ is trying to break. So let it shake out. Who's going to win? NASDAQ is back in the opening range. S&P is above its opening range. S&P is at the pay line. NASDAQ still sucks. All right. What is the NASDAQ opening range? 761. Okay. All right. So let's see, 57.5 to 72.5. So 71.73. We're going to use, in my group, we're going to use 71.73. Okay. So this is an opportunity to this is a fast tape, man.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything on. All right. Anybody long and paid in my group? And I use long 73s, 71, 73s. I'm trying to trying to illustrate this, and then and at the same time keep my eye on 4 different screens, and then this one too. So I missed it. So 71, 73 is the first rotation. So if you missed the opening range, you got the second, you got the first rotation at 73, 72F. So 71, 73, you buy 71s, you buy 73s, now you got a double unit on. You're going to take profit at the next rotation at 87F. So 86, 88. If you're flat, you can buy 86, 88. So you don't need to catch the entire move, but you do need to be involved in the market when it does give you some clarity. And it is in fact trying to rally. So I hope all of you are along. Okay, now I'm gonna initiate these with a buy stop, 86, 88, because it's so damn fast.
Yeah, and for if you're new to that idea, you could enter on a stop. Stops aren't only they could be used to enter or for protection.
There, see, I just did. Not long, and they've sucked. Okay. I got long 86 on a buy stop. I immediately got out for 2-tick expense. All right, let's see if we can make it back down to the last rotation at 73. So we just rallied 30 handles out of the opening range, and it was very easy, and I missed it, so that sucks. Kimberly, I hope you're out. It's not a nice squeeze, sister. This is a bullish action. This is bullish price action. And if you were listening to me earlier, the market is rallying. The break is over. At least for now.
Yeah.
All right, nice trade, Greg. I see you. All right, how many of you are long in my group? Most of you are long and paid, long and paid, long and paid, long and paid. I got to tell you, it's hard to do this at the same time, kind of illustrate it and talk about it. And keep an eye on the chat, and keep an eye on my screens to the right, screens to the bottom right, screens to the left. So we make it back down to 72F. I'll get them. Cardinal rule of trading, my brothers and sisters, is don't ever turn a profitable trade into a loss, ever. Don't get married to your opinion so much. Okay, we're traders. We're not investors. I mean, period. Okay, now, I saw people yesterday talk about buying the dip in Bitcoin. Where? 74? If you did buy them at 74, you better get out. Or 60? All right. All right, Jay Bolton, you got him.
The Bitcoin's at 68,000 now.
Every time I hear you say that, when I'm listening to the stream in the morning, I chuckle to myself.
It is a unique market, that's for sure.
Oh shit, it is at 68,000. So what was the low last night? 60-ish?
Hang on a second. I got to move some windows around, and I can tell you exactly that.
I'm doing stuff. All right.
The low last night, listen to this, was almost 60. It was 62.05 was the low last night.
62.05.
Yeah. But I mean, literally, you got to use, at this point, you got to use fib extensions for my longer term numbers. And we just bounced off that 76.6% nicely, but we're still not, as Tracy said, we are not out of the woods here.
No, we're not. Look, if you're investing, that's one thing. If you're a trader, that's another. And if you're trading these markets, don't ever turn a profitable trade into a loss, ever. And don't trade your opinion. Why make it about you? I've got all kinds of opinions. I don't trade my opinions.
Yeah.
I mean, my active trading career is pretty much over, and I'm not retired. I'll never retire. But
so, Pix, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Would you add on up here at the next level?
Yes, sir. My active days are over. It's capital preservation all day, every day. That doesn't mean I trade when it's easy, when it's clear. This was easy. This is very easy, and it was clear. I just didn't do it. If I was on my normal, maybe I would have caught it, but maybe I wouldn't have. And so what? I can't catch everything. Only people that catch everything are YouTube streamers. Oh, Jesus. See, look. This time I didn't initiate with the buy stop, and now they're gone. All right, 87.5. So you got 87.88. Jeez, Maron.
Fast tape, baby.
Yeah, now we're going back up. Now, look at everybody in my group, look at the next rotation. Yearly opening range. Next rotation takes us directly to the opening range. Oh, look at that. I got him. Okay. I'm long right at that rotation. Scratch stopping, can't lose money. I'm going to pay for these. Now, go to O2. Give me something to show. Come on, don't come out and scratch me out, you son of a bitch.
Let's get some buyers in there. We got to push this up. There we go.
Oh, we will trade 6902. Whether it does it right now when I'm long is a different story.
There you go.
All right, so I need to pay for my trade, right? Now, because the ATR is and I'm pretty confident we're going to trade O2. I'm going to take profit at O2, but I'm going to pay for my trade someplace in here. Let's say 93. So it seems like a good level. Or I'm going to get scratched out. Don't scratch me out.
I want to get that. Come on.
Don't turn a profitable trade into a loss. So look, and they were good. They came and touched me out. Now let's see. I'd rather miss some move than to lose money. But look how they keep bouncing off that level. See, I don't like pullbacks for that reason. Look how they keep bouncing off this rotation here. 87.5 offer. 87.5 offer. Now bid them, you dirty dog. 87.5 equals 07.5. And scratch them. See how I scratched that? Now they're offered below it. Now I can try to buy them at 86. Or I can buy them again as 87s go bid.
All right, long two.
If we go 87 bid, I'm going to buy more. All right, now I bought them a little bit better. Try to pay for these at 93.
Long two right now, minis. Get a little more love here, baby. Let's go.
Well, I sure would like to have 15 on or 16. All right, now long two, short 5. Okay, so I have no risk on my trade. I am going to put in an offer at the next level, which is O2. That's yearly opening range. I'm going to put it in front of it at O1. Okay, so now I'm long 2, short 5, but I'm not really long 2, short 5. I'm long 1.5 micros.
Yep. Net exposure 1.5.
Yeah. Now, those of you guys who are in my group, hopefully you added 86 and then 88s or 86.5, 87.5. You got a double unit on.
So if you get scratched out on the mini, you're in the money on the micro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have no risk in my trade, and this is a way of adding to your size too. So if I get stopped out at 86, then I'm short 5 from 93, and I have a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get stopped out, but I'm going to try to put them back on. And that's another way of trying to add to your size. Okay, now I'm short 5 from above. So I can put in a buy stop here to ensure that I took profit, or I can just put in a scratch stop because now I'm short from, well, the high.
Mm.
So now if we go 86 bid again, I'm going to try to buy him back. I got to get closer so I can see the fucking screens. All right, if we go 86, I'm going to buy him back. Maybe I won't. All right, there. I bought these 86s. I'm already paid. Oh, geez. They don't want to go now. Go, 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 go. All right, so I'm just going to sit here and wait to see what we do. What was that?
Yeah. Done about 485,000 contracts on the minis.
94Q.
417,000 on the micros.
Oh, my own. I missed my longs. Okay. Fuck. I don't want to get long here. It's not going easy. I have no doubt that they're going to trade higher. Oh, now they're going.
Don't forget, we have a 10 o'clock number two. We have Michigan sentiment.
Yeah. that has, how many of you guys have been taught to flatten up in front of a number? I think most of you have. Not me.
Well, there's a difference in my mind, Pax. There's a difference between flattening up going into a number and then establishing a new position right when the number is about to be released.
Yeah, can't do that shit. All right, so I switched back to Sim so I can show you how to do this. Okay, now, oh God, I got stopped out of those fucking things. All right, well, Flatsky. Go back to my live account. Above 02, you got to be long. Listen, Kimberly, I hope you flatten up your shorts, sister. The S&P is trading to 69.02, and above 69.02, it's going to go to 69.35. Above 69.35, it's back to 69.80. Above 69.80, it's back to all-time highs. I mean, I've said this all day long. There's nothing bearish about this. The bearish trade was Wednesday. Made a lot of money Wednesday. That was it. Yesterday was bearish after the close, choppy all day long. No reason to trade. I stopped trading early, really early. Today I missed it. So what? Who cares? There's other trades. But for
Pax,
those
let me interrupt really quick. We print an 02. Then does that change anything for you?
No, this is bullish.
Okay.
The yearly opening range is 69.02. Yearly opening range in the NASDAQ is 478. So it's getting there. The quarterly pivot in the NASDAQ is 25,132, and it's getting there. The NASDAQ, the S&P. Oh God, I'm showing my other. I'm on my right hand screen with my cursor. Here, look at the NASDAQ. Hold on.
By the way, make sure your domes are both either both in sim or both in live.
Yeah, one's in live, one's in sim. Hold on. Now the NASDAQ. Here's the NASDAQ. Okay, the NASDAQ is trading at 24,931. The quarterly pivot is 25,132. So look at this is bullish too. Opening range is 761. We got one 65 handle swing, two 65 handle swings on its way to third 65 handle swings. The S&P is leading up. The NASDAQ led down and was a better trade on the downside. So far, the S&P is a better trade on the upside. 57.5 is the top of the opening range. Rallied 30 points in the first 15 minutes. And now we are working our way up to 02. 69.02 is the yearly pivot. This is the pivot for every bank, every hedge fund, every HFT, every algorithm that everybody is looking at this as its yearly pivot. If you're a not a mean reversion trader, but if you're a reversal trader, if you like to sell tops, and ride the roller coaster and take your life into your own hands, the place to have sold them is even with the stop above 02. Maybe I should have said that when we were trading there. Again, if you want to feel that adrenaline pump and all of the crazy negative emotions that come in, and you want to take these huge equity swings, well, you want to sell them at 69 even with the stop at 02. Or you can trade the easy way. You can be long from 57.5, take profit at 72.5, add above it, take profit at 87.5, add above it, take profit at even, and then sell them off, right? Because that's what we did. Now, again, all right, now listen. I got to put the NASDAQ back out. If you want to trade, or the S&P, if you want to trade that way, if you want to pick a top, this is the place to do it. 69 even. And then you're out and long above 02. Capiche? If you want to do it in the spread, do it in the spread. If you want to do it where you're going to minimize your risk and maximize your profitability, do it that way.
The 02s are teasing us right now.
Well, I mean, we can stop here and that'll be the high. That's all the market really needs to give us is the yearly opening print. This is the pivot for the entire year.
Yeah.
69 even. That's why I'm saying if you want to be a rip seller, this is the rip to sell, because you're why because your risk is clearly defined. Above 69.02, you've got to be long. But, for a trade, 69 even could be a good high. It's not because it's a round number, because 02 is the yearly pivot. And because you know where you're wrong and you can reverse. You've got perfect. There's two different sorts of trade definitions in my mind. Good and perfect. Good trade definition is you are short at your stop. So you're short at even and your stop is at 02. That's good trade definition. Perfect trade definition is you're short at your or long at your stop, and your stop is to get you out and reverse. Capiche? So this is a good spot. So you're long, you'd be short at even. Stop is at 02. It's perfect trade definition because your stop is also going to get you out of your shorts and get you long. Also, remember, Capital Preservation Friday. You do not need to be involved in the market at every turn. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So PAX, all right, it would be to get back down to 87.50, that'd be a pullback down, but is that another opportunity to enter again long?
Yeah. MEA, or MEA for no, it's not overtrading. Overtrading would be to do it 25 times. Look at that. There.
Oof.
Now if you sold those even someplace in there, pay for your trade here. 69.20 is not 69.20 is nothing but a trend line, Kimberly. Please trade these levels or save your money. 69.02 is absolutely the yearly pivot for everybody in the entire career of traders.
It's elusive this morning.
Nah, it's actually not. It's very easy and very clear. I just didn't fucking catch it. And I'm not chasing it. If you missed it, don't chase it. I missed it. Don't chase it.
Good advice. Great advice.
All right, now let's see what they want to do. Let's see what they want to do. Don't, oh, look at that. 02 dead eye right now. Let's see if they hold it. 02, the next level above 02 will be 18.
Wow. 02 to the T. It just feels like it wants to break out to the upside.
Well, we have. We're up 45 points from the opening range. No, we're not. 15, 30. Yeah, we are. We're up 45 points from the opening range. And there we go. Above 02, next level is 17.5. Here, look at. Oh, Jesus, I'm showing my other screens. Not showing them. I got my mouse on them. Hold on. Oh, God bless it. Okay. So, long opening range. This is a great day for the traders in my group. I know that. 57.5. You take profit at 71, 73. It's 71. You add above 73. Take profit at 86, 88. You get long above that. You take profit at 02.5. You get long above that. Now we're going to try to trade the 17.5. That's the next level. So 16, 18. See? Schnaz. Let's see what the Schnaz is doing. Top of the opening range, 761. First 65 handle rotation, 826. Second handle rotation, 891. Third handle rotation, 956. And it's just above that. So let's see here. How many of you are trading this well?
We're 309 handles on the session for NQ.
No, they're not based on fib levels, AK. Fibonacci math is how I calculate, mathematically is how I calculate my macro levels. But these levels are just experiential experience. It's just how the markets move. The more things change, the more things stay the same. When I was in the NASDAQ pit and I was a big trader, the NASDAQ traded in 65 handle swings. This is a really fucking easy long, you guys. Really, really, really easy. Everybody in my group is killing it. Or, again, they missed it, like me. You're sitting here like, with your Schwanzstucker. There's nothing going on here in my life. For those of you who caught those 57 amps, you're killing it. If you're me, turn your FOMO into JOMO. Come back Monday, or come back later in the afternoon, or later in the morning. But do not stand in the way of a possible running freight train. I said before the market opened that I leaned towards the buy side. The market opened. It was a bullish open. We took off, and it was a good trade. Don't fight it. Why do so many of you insist on fighting the direction of the market? I don't understand that. Why make it about you? If you're rallying, be long.
Yeah, Amazon is still suffering though right now.
Yeah, well, I'm not trading Amazon. I'm trading the S&P.
It seems like my household trades Amazon every single day. I get a brown box on the stoop.
Yeah, me too. I always know when Amazon pops up, the dog goes nuts.
Yeah. What kind of dog do you got, Pax?
A mutt.
There you go.
Little lab, little pit, little, I don't know, long ears. The most gentle, loving dog in the entire career of dogs. She crawls into bed with me and Jen, and she's just such a sweet little thing. She's been, like, Jen took her to the doctor the other day, to the vet, because she doesn't have any energy, and she's not doing anything, and she doesn't want to play. She doesn't want to do anything. Listen, those of you guys in my group, you're flat at 69.02. Take the fucking money. If you didn't flatten up at even on the way down, you're flattening up now. Take the dough. Day's over. No mas. Well done. You hear me? You're done. The day's over. You made fucking 45 points. Great trade. Great day. Take the money out of your trading account. Properly fund your tax account. You're finished. Shut it down. I'll be back in the room in 15 minutes, and I'll tell you stories and make you laugh. I'll illustrate all kinds of shit. I'll teach you some stuff, and we'll laugh. But don't trade anymore. You guys caught an easy fucking 50 handles out of the opening range. It could not have been easier. You added along the way without any risk. It couldn't have been clearer. That's it. The rest of you don't know what to tell you. Keep fighting the tape. NASDAQ, hold on.
Wow, fantastic job, man. I appreciate it as usual.
No. Local, thank you. Hold on, let me make this point. Local KV, local Kev tree. From the opening range, okay? 65 handles from the opening range. Gold swings, those are from bigger levels, but NASDAQ and S&P swings and crude swings and frankly, bond swings all come from the opening range. So remember, at the top of the opening range, can you see this chart, local Kev tree 13? Yeah. Whatever your name is there. Local, can you see my chart here? So 761 plus 65 points is 826, right? Plus another 65 points is 891. Plus another 65 points is 896. So think of them as ladder rungs, like a ladder, right? One rung to the next run to the next run. And then on the way down, one rung to the next run to the next run. Rung. So above the opening range, you got one rung. We got above that. We got the next rung. Kind of messed around a little bit, but then got above it, got to the next run, tried to take it out, got back below it. That's the end of it. Everything right now is keying on the S&P at 69.02. Everything yesterday and earlier in the week has been keying on the NASDAQ at its major levels. But now it's about the S&P. Everything is keying on the S&P at 69.02.
So, but Pax, right now though, would you try to get long or no?
No. 5 years ago maybe, but now no.
87.50s, no. Okay.
Yeah. Like I told everybody, like I said to everybody in my group, you're done. Take the money. I mean, if you didn't flatten up, 69.02 is a flatten. There's two flatten zones in that we use, and those are quarterly pivots and yearly pivots. 69.02 is a yearly pivot. So once we get there, flatten up. You want to take a short there, you can take a short there, as I tried to explain earlier. We get above 69.02, you put them back on. We get back below 69.02, you get out. Don't chop yourself up. We get back below it, you're done. You just caught an easy 50 points out of the market. What more do you need? You're done. You're finished. Take the money, preserve and protect it. Let everybody, you did it in 30 minutes. Let everybody else chop themselves up and hopefully catch something later.
If we don't get to the if we don't get to the O2s again and we close below them, what does that tell us about the market, if anything?
You know that I don't know nothing that it's anybody's market at this point. We made good lows last night. We made good lows in the NASDAQ, a great low in the NASDAQ. We made a decent low in the S&P, and we got above some incredibly important levels. So what that would tell me about the S&P, that we're above 67.96, the quarterly pivot, and then we're below 69.02, the yearly pivot. So it's relatively neutral. Let's see what we do next week. That's why I suggested everybody we're flat in my group. Take the money. You know, and let everybody else chop themselves to bits. Take the dough. Take the easy trades. Remember earlier we were talking about this being easy? That was easy. Take the easy trades. If you missed the easy trade, so what? There'll be easy trades next week. Do not chop yourself up. FOMO will kill you. JOMO you can build on.
The joy of missing out. I love it.
This is easy as the Commodore saying, like Sunday morning.
Oh my God. Great job, Pax. I appreciate you for sure. Big plans this weekend?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I got to ask my wife. I'm sure she's told me 35 times, one ear and out the other. I don't know. What the hell? I don't know. What are you guys doing?
I'm hanging out with Pops, Gramps, or
Oh,
my
yeah, that's
dad.
right. You're by your pop. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So we'll be doing that kind of stuff. Oh, look who's here. We got the young studs here, Pax.
What's up, lads?
Good morning. Good morning.
Lads, that's an Irish thing, right? Lads.
Yeah, that's what my dad called everybody.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
So it's crept into my, coaching my kids' teams. I would always say, "Come on, lads, let's go."
Pax is our dad.
We have the West Coast lads.
Yes.
XYZ, Christian Trading Boxes. Good to see you guys today.
Likewise, good to see you, Jim. Pax, good to see you every week.
Good to see you, Christian. You look great. Did you work out already?
Listen, I wake up and I roll over to the computer. Okay,
Pacific
I would
time
love
zone.
a morning ritual like you have probably.
Oh, that's right. You guys are both in Pacific. Yeah. So it's only, what is it, 9? It's
tough.
7
It's
o'clock.
rough.
My God. You got it. In order to work out before the market opens, you have to be like Mark Wahlberg and get up at like 2.
Yeah,
Sleep at like 8.
Crazy.
Yep.
you sleep like at 6:30 or something.
It's nuts.
So by the way, Michigan sentiment preliminary came in actual 57.3. Forecast was 55. So that was a beat.
Okay, Sab.
AK says I need ashwangala. What is that? XY, what is that?
Ashwagandha.
Okay. what?
It's to mellow you out. It's to mellow you out. But don't listen to them.
I don't
think,
want it. I don't need to be mellowed.
yeah, it's signature Pax is the way to go. Change nothing. Change
Yes.
nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I got all kinds of physical shit going on, but that's another reason why I mean I'm really done doing this, except for when it's when I catch shit. I can't, I'll never not trade. I want to be like Leo Malamed, the man who invented futures traders. If you don't know who Leo Malamed is, you gotta read about him. Anyway, Leo's 94 years old, 95 years old, and still trades. I want to be like that. Not every day. Jim Dalton. I mean, Jim Dalton's 88. He's still, I think, late 80s. He still trades almost every day.
All right, that's depressing telling me how old these guys are.
I know. I know, but they're still going. I want to be like that, but I can't do this every day. This is a young person's game. This is a young person's game. This is, you need to be young. And when you are young, you need to take care of yourselves like XY and Chris do. I know that they both do. You need to work out. You need to pray. You need to take care of your mind, body, and spirit. Otherwise, it's all for naught, man. I know Anthony and I talk about this all the time. I cannot tell you how many traders and Jimmy knows this too, how many guys that we've known, men and women that we have traded with and grew up with that are dead, that died in their 40s, died in their 50s because they neglected their mind, body, and spirit, and most of them died broke too.
And that's true. What Pax just said is, particularly for the floor guys that I knew, that's a true phenomenon. A lot of these guys, they just went downhill after, they couldn't make the transition to electronic or whatever the reason. getting divorces, just losing stuff, losing their Gulf of Mexico houses. It just ended really badly for these guys. So do not let that happen to you.
No, you got to take care of your body. You have to work out every day. You got to, if you're not real, I'm religious, so obviously I pray a lot. Um, uh, uh, there's a couple of points I want to make, and I'll shut up and let these guys do their thing because they're so good, and I love watching them. But meditate. I mean, do yoga. I don't do yoga because again, I'm Catholic. But
What does that have to do with this?
yeah, it's a whole other issue. Catholics will know what I'm talking about. But do things like that, man. I mean, we need to have outlets for our stress because this is stressful. And even when you do have an outlet for your stress, the levels of intensity that this takes to do on a day in and day basis mimic stress in your body and in your heart and your mind. And if you're not actively, changing that in your life or having an outlet for those things, then that stuff is going to tear you up inside. You're going to wind up with cancer, which I've had. You're going to wind up with heart disease, which I have, and not cardiovascular. I've got electrical heart disease. You're going to wind up with all kinds of divorces and this and broken relationships and destruction in your wake. And you'll blow your money. You got to have an outlet for that stress. I'm telling you, it's so very important. And otherwise it's just it's not going to last.
An occasional gin martini helps.
Oh yeah. Last night, Jen and I went to Capitol Grill. I allowed myself one martini. I had a Chopin martini. That's my new vodka. And a Chopin martini. Thank you, Pick. And we split a nice steak for two, which was a great dinner.
Awesome. All right, before me and Pax disappear, a couple of housekeeping things I want to remind everybody. Sunday night, we're going live with the Sunday night show. It is awesome. It's fantastic. Craig Shapiro's running a great panel. We're looking forward to that Sunday at 6 p.m. East Coast time. I think I got the time right. 5:45, sorry. 5:45 East Coast time. And it's a good prep for the week. These guys are really, really good at prepping for the week. So that's Sunday. That's coming up. The second thing I wanted to mention also was the subscriptions. We appreciate the subscriptions, everybody. It's important to me. It's important to the team. Helps the network considerably. Doesn't cost any money. It's free. You're not getting any commercials here on a NinjaTrader stream. You're just getting some fantastic content and some great traders like Christian and XYZ. So thank you for the subscriptions if you've already done it. If not, consider doing it. I'd appreciate it. Having said all that, Pax, maybe we should let these two young studs do their thing.
Hold on. Yeah. There's a comment here in the chat I cannot let go. If you don't exercise, I wouldn't trade with Pax's ex-wife's money. Right. Yes, I wouldn't do that with my ex-wife's money. That's a great line. I don't know where I came up with it, but I'm glad I used it. And Anthony just lifted it.
There you go.
Anyway, listen, guys, have a great day. I know you guys are either long from the low or short from the high or flat. So have a great day. I love you both. You guys are great traders. I love watching you. Like, subscribe, all of that other stuff that we're supposed to say. And then have a blessed weekend, okay, everybody? Jimmy, it's always great to talk to you. I can't wait to see you in April. God bless you all.
All right, sounds good. I'll be back,
Likewise,
XYZ and Chris. I'll see you guys at the end here. So thank you very much, everybody, for being here. And we're going to dip out into the chat.
See you guys. Right. You guys have a good weekend.
Did you?
I wish you guys could hear Pax right now.
You enjoy yourself, Pax.
So yeah, were you short up here? Someone in chat said you had a short.
Yeah, I had a short, and I realized I closed it all.
I closed it before the.
No. I took partials along the way. My short was here into this 960s. I closed it all at 2R, but I thought I had partials left. So I'm not in the rest of this drop. You any trades? I mean, I had a busy morning already. My day is pretty much done.
I got to the desk a little late. My first trade was Friday high NQ. It's because I have a zone up here. So I was like, well, we are pretty extended from the 9. If they do start to show some signs of a pullback, I'll get in, flatten before the number. just take my money. So yeah, I had that trade, that short. Yeah, just seeing what the market wants to do now.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, I don't know what's happening with my trading view charts.
Yeah, Mr. Market trying to get us to 500 likes.
What's going on with trading view right now, guys? I can't see my price action to share
Before
that.
you get started, know that Chris learned how to use the DOM yesterday. He can help you.
I am a DOM expert now.
Ah, that was fast.
Let me see here. I can tell you exactly what's going on in the markets.
AK says, come on, guys, we need Pax energy. No one can give you Pax energy but Pax. Can let you know that right now.
All right, so you have a lot of this blue and red here. I was telling Leo that these numbers here, the 1, 2, 1, 2, looks like they're playing tag. They're chasing each other.
How do you know who's fast?
Yeah, the order is being filled here. It's like 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3. They're just playing tag with each other. So as long as, and then I learned about icebergs. Somebody was saying there was like a 10,000 order lot yesterday. I don't know icebergs, but I know there was no 10,000 contract lot. I think it would have been much lower if we did.
You sound professional.
Look, yeah, if we're above the big POC, as you guys call it. I mean, I know it as something else. Chat will tell you, but the POC, we go higher. We're below it, we go lower. It's pretty simple, straightforward.
Chris has found the cheat code. The DOM makes everything extra easy, very simple. Blue, red chasing each other.
Yeah. All right, let me go over my plan here for the morning. I don't know what's going on with trading, you guys, but I can't. This hourly chart, it's missing a lot of candles, but I don't think we'll need it. Let me see. All right. So for ES, we saw a pretty big reversal from the 6790s. I was looking, I was hoping we would open down here because if you guys were with me when Leo yesterday in the afternoon, you guys know I was saying, hey, I would love to buy a new low, a gap low, red to green, right? Because we were into major support near that 24,400 in NQ, and I was looking for this reversal, but it came overnight. And so we rallied hard. My ideas here for the main scenario. Oh, that's the wrong trading view chart. Here we go. The main ideas here were that if we were able to hold this hourly 9MA on ES, then we would push into the yearly open at around 6,900 area, which then I was looking to short. We got exactly that for NQ. If we held this hourly 9MA, now this chart looks weird in NQ because some candles are missing. I don't know why. That we would push up into 960s. The 960s was strong resistance yesterday at the open, which is I shorted that move. And so we held, right? NQ, I was short this NQ wedge break here on this breakdown. I was able to partial out and then it reversed and created a full breakdown. We rallied up to 960s. That was my main area to short. That's major. This 960s to 25,000 is this back test of that breakdown that we experienced yesterday. And we tested it, right? So I got short there via my 2-minute 9MA reversal setup. We had 9MA, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, third higher high, which we know that the third higher high is usually the climax top. And then I got short that failure of the 9MA higher low, as you guys saw, and then I took partials along the way. I closed it apparently all at 800, which now looks great. But I think we can have some sort of consolidation day today. But pretty much my main scenario is already played out. I already have 2 winning trades. I'm gonna have to look for like something A+ to really engage again. What's POC? I know it as person of color. Somebody was saying
I knew it.
Point of control.
I knew it. Just got short. I'm gonna take one off now and go down to 2. I'll go down to 1.
Yeah, that 6902, 6900 was great.
they started really just sitting there doing a bunch of nothing. I'm gonna look to see if I need to cover this low because this move is really fast. Don't want to sit on a pullback.
Okay,
Got my
now
TP
my
in for 730, but I'm just gonna cover this. Quick
I like
scalp.
730.
Quick scalp.
Yeah, Dom course coming up. Just wait.
Yeah, I was only able to catch that short because of what you said earlier. Um, I learned how to trade off the Dom just now. I gotta tell you, it changed everything for me. The one time, well,
You don't
maybe I
want to
didn't
know
take
what
the trade. Maybe I
the
lied,
block
user.
is. Oh, you
Maybe I'm
closed
just,
it? No longer 730s? You didn't like
huh?
it? You closed it?
Yeah, because the move down was so fast that generally, unless it's a news catalyst, it's not just gonna keep running at that speed. And honestly, I hate sitting in a pullback when those things happen because it could retest pretty close to my entry. So I was like, look, I'll take it. Um, we've got almost 2 hours left on stream. It's my second trade, so I'm 2 for 2. Usually, I'm turning everything off actually. So, I'm gonna take that because the RTH open is it's opening. It's doing what it do. The red and the blue. So, and it was a fast move. I think I cover really aggressively when a really fast move like that occurs because if anyone's seen my videos, they generally do leave some sort of imbalances and they tend to get retraced. And I don't want to sit through that. I'd rather just take the money. I'll get back in if it does. If it doesn't, I'll wait for another trade. I mean, that was in a flash, like that was like 80 points in a flash. Um, in my experience, it doesn't just keep going like another 50 or 80 without any pain on my end. So I'll take that as I take every single winning trade as the market blessing me because ultimately I don't know what's going to happen. The market doesn't care what I think either. So if it does break my way and it breaks my way in such a way, that's cool with me.
X will know the right answer.
What's this? Well,
Yesterday we were discussing on what the gap, I mean, I don't want to spend a long time on it, but what the gap for December 20th was in ES, because we were so close to getting filled on the RTH session.
December 20.
Yeah, it was December. Where
So
was
what's
it,
the
guys? What
question?
date?
I don't even have a high time frame ES chart like that. But
I don't
what's
even
the question?
remember what
Are you guys
this.
arguing about what's a gap and what's not a gap?
No, so I was discussing that. So Sama's point was that the gap on that specific day, it was from 67.95 to 68.23, something like that. On that day, after the gap, price went in a little bit lower and into 68.11 and then bounced and reclaimed that 68.23 something gap, right? So she was saying that the gap for today, as we were yesterday, we were so close to getting it filled, was from actually 68.23 to 67.95. I was saying no, that the actual gap, because price did not trade into it moving forward, was 67.95 to 68.11. So what would you
I
consider the gap? It's where price did not trade into, or the original gap that happened in that specific day, even if we traded into it that day.
If it's within the same day, so if the gap exists now in the day and it's been traded into same session,
Yeah.
then whatever prices that did trade within the same session are no longer part of the gap. So that part of the gap has been filled for me. Um, only the ones that haven't been traded.
Right. So the new
Uh,
gap becomes that new low.
yeah. So I do notice there's this huge. It is a I hesitate to say polarizing thing, but a lot of traders, I think order flow people have their own way of deciding what's a true gap and what's not. But anytime the market opens New York, like in another range from Globex, I see a lot of people say like it's gap fill time. They're gonna gap fill, and I'm looking at the chart, I'm like I don't see a gap. So there are like different parameters, I guess, for different traders on what's a gap and what's not. I'm with you on the gap. Um, but yeah, everyone has their own like
Yeah, I didn't
idea.
know that was a thing. That was another view of gaps.
Yeah, I think I didn't notice until I just at some point, maybe it was like 2 years ago or something like that. I was just like, why do these people keep saying a gap fill? Like, I swear every other day they're saying gap fill, gap fill. The trade is the gap fill. I want the gap fill. Why am I bearish? Because I want the gap fill. And I'm like, where is the gap? And yeah, I just come to realize some people, everyone just has a different, different viewpoint on the gap. I do see some questions. How'd I do in the competition? I won.
You
I'm just kidding.
won.
Don't believe that, guys. I did not win. I do horribly. Someday chat will know to stop betting on me. Nick, oh hey, good morning, Nick.
Nick, I don't
Oh,
know if
so
you
now
heard,
there's
but
three winners.
Leo
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Leo
Yeah.
still got the first class tickets on top of you. Like you're getting yours as well, but he did too. So apparently the rules were into the close, no?
The rule has always been until like the close, like when the machines turn off.
Oh, okay. Not until the end of the day, the RTH
Mm.
session.
Yeah,
Listen, if you
the
guys
real
end up
champ is in
sitting
the
next,
chat.
if you
His
guys end
name
up
is
sitting next to each other, you guys can slap it out or something,
yes,
or
and
do
just
some
argue
more.
for like however long that flight is.
You guys can make up on the flight.
Yeah, Deli's got to pay. Deli, you paying for two first class flights? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Time to fight.
Oh wow, they're all here.
It's time to fight.
Listen, you guys make up on the flight, okay? Join the high club.
Okay, so the
We're
market.
holding.
Yeah, I'm glad I covered.
Yeah, same now too. So if we're going to be seeing some strength, I mean, I would need ES to find acceptance at 6,900, that yearly open, in order for us to see much higher NQ above 960s, to see 25,120s, which is another strong resistance area in NQ. Pretty strong bounce in the markets. I am going to be a little bit patient now, though, because I already have 2 winning trades, and we're still in a daily downtrend. So I still think even if we move up higher, we'll see some selling show up. But very strong action here.
Mhm. Chat voted Leo in. Oh, wow. So there's two. There's two first class tickets.
And good morning to all of you. I don't think I said it. We have 1,200 of you in here. Fantastic. They have to hold hands. Thanks, Pablo. Hey, Muscle, thanks. This Armenian muscle username reminds me of like AO chat days. You just have these random usernames.
No, those days you gotta have like X's in your name. Like it's
Yeah,
like X
zeros.
uppercase X Chris.
Dude, you want to know what mine was?
Huh.
Hmm.
What is it?
This is this is when I was like in my teens, okay? So nobody can give me any ish. It was shot collar 420.
Oh man, that was not even that bad.
Mm.
I thought it was something crazy. I don't know. Shot caller 420. All right, trying to change the handle. Trying to change the stream handle. Glendale's own Armenian muscle. Yeah, Chris knows. Chris knows.
Bro,
Mine was it's F and J. That's it. Just it's F and J.
Muscle, what car do you have? I
What
just
car?
know it's BMW.
Ah, that's it's gonna dox me right away.
Oh my God, that's a good username.
If I was Armenian muscle, I'd be in Glendale with a BMW. Pinto. Hey, oh, he knows. Yeah. Pinto with the roof chopped.
Lola, we stream together every Friday. It's the West Coast Fridays.
XXX Sporty Spice. Tell me.
Merritt's name was Dancing Queen 69. I just know it.
XX Dancing Queen. Dale, you in the office or are you at home? Did you bring a treadmill into the studio? Oh man, I should have longed this right here.
We're consolidating here, setting up for a move here. Let's see what happens.
820s. 820s was a good long. They did find a buyer.
A bit choppy for me here, but if we continue to hold, it's going to want to push.
Tennessee taco. Oh my. Yeah. You're watching you're pulling this up. Are you pulling this up on your phone, Dally?
No, he probably asked, hey,
Put it on the screen so
put
everyone
on
can
the
see.
TVs.
Yeah, put it on the TV.
I got to see my boys here.
They updated our names.
That's funny.
No,
There you
mine
go,
is
our
inaccurate.
AOL names.
Mine's inaccurate. There's no spaces, no capitalizations.
Shakala.
Let me type you guys in the chat.
Are my levels with rectangle static or did they scale with market condition? No, they are the same. However, they do move. Oh, and hey, what's up, Spencer? They do move once every 2 to 3 years, depending on the volatility of the market. That's what changes the ranges from each zone. It's depending on the volatility, the volume that these candles create, right? Like if you imagine we're in a high volume market, high fix, the candles are going to be so much higher, and therefore the zones need to be adjusted to reflect that. And this is when we have like a big vol event. Like 2018 was one, 2020, 2022, 2024 for a bit, but I think right before that, I changed those zones. Like these zones are from last year, the new ones. Higher day test coming? I think so. Yeah, ES is much stronger here.
Chris, I got a really, really important question for you. You said your handle was shot caller 420 or shot caller?
Shot collar.
Shot caller ER?
Yeah.
Mm. Shot caller was taken, maybe?
Maybe. Shot collar.
Shock. -10 no R. You can't give Chad anything.
Oh, that's awesome. Got fifth place.
I think
Fantastic.
when Merritt gets on Tuesday with you, you guys, you and everyone in the chat should just call him like T Taco or something, and just never say Merritt for a whole stream.
Yeah, like if you guys see him on like on a meet and greet sort of
Yeah.
thing, like, hey, Dancing Queen
Like,
69?
Mr. Taco, love your work. I'm gonna introduce you guys
Not
as
shot caller, Spore. I just I already have two good trades.
I'm
am
mad at
thinking
myself for not longing down there.
we might be range bound. There's a question here. Do I change the zones manually, or is that I used to change them manually. It used to take me hours to change them, to go back and understand where the exact support and resistance was. But through Ninja's help, I was able to create them as indicators. So I have an indicator now for TradingView and then for Ninja. And then I still have to go back in there and change the code whenever that time happens. Hey, Larry, that's awesome. Hey, Lucas, that's awesome. Yeah, Mary and I really dive deep into like lesson mode a lot. They're like your midweek lessons. So I'm glad you understand acceptance and structure much better.
Tape is flying as the IB just got set.
Yeah, ES wants it. I mean, we're just right. ES is right into resistance. For me, I would need for this to hold a little bit more. So if it pushes out without me, that's fine. I think NQ can use a little bit more. Oh, Cats, you're understanding it more as well. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome, guys. That video that I put out on X also should help.
Is he a fan? He's a fan of Tuesdays with the Tennessee Taco.
Yeah.
Still sus on bull continuation rotation down. Yeah, the profile's building into a pretty balanced one right now. What kind of sucks, I mean, the range isn't terrible, but what kind of sucks is that, I do have resistance just upside in the 930s, 940s upwards. And then on the downside, they're not going past the open. So to me, the range is consolidated about like 130 points right now. I'd have to be on the edge. And I'm iffy about shorts. I'll tell you that much. So if it's only longs for me right now, it's got to be lower for sure. I very much regret not getting on board in the 820s. Would have been scalped out pretty fast too. So quick scalps are pain today, that's for sure.
Yeah, pretty for me this action is pretty choppy. I think the main two grade A+ setups for my approach was this 15-minute wedge breakout in ES. Look at this thing, was a beauty right here. Beautiful breakout higher, and it's still going. NQ had a fell breakdown first, which I was in, but I was able to partial out because my short was somewhere like right here. I had my stop here. So I partialed down into this move. How can I make this bigger too?
Selling 960? It's a hard one. I sold up there earlier before, like the first time the market went into it up here before the news came out.
Yeah, 960s.
I sold that, but I don't know if the second time is going to look like that because new information is the market doesn't exactly want to trade below the open. So if that's going to be the case moving forward, could see 25K. Ideally, if they can really build up here and start to build higher and accept higher, try to get some longs to about the 80s, 25,080 maybe, and then see if they can get to the next spot. But I'm pretty 50-50 right now on shorts and longs. Just sitting here seeing if they give me anything. I'm already 2 for 2. It's more than good enough for me. But shorts, not too confident in shorts right now, unless we get some kind of order flow shift, which is TBD.
ES is trying to push out already. Here it goes. If it can break out of here, the yearly open, we have 69.18, which is a full back test of that multi-week range we've been in. Which I'm interested in shorting. I think the market's seen a little bit of extension here since that overnight reversal. And I think longs can work, but I don't know if they have much gas in them.
What are the metals doing? What's gold doing? Gold is still going. I haven't traded gold at all since for a while now because NQ's actually been moving, so no need. Looks like gold's pretty strong again.
Wow, Amazon, big gap down on earnings, huh, guys?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully nobody was caught in that.
It was like an instant 8% or something like that.
Yeah, that and Microsoft got big hits. It looks like equal weighted RSPs at new all-time highs. So this is a broad market rally that we're seeing versus tech dominant. We have cyclicals that are strong, industrials at new all-time highs. Wow. Yeah, it's just a rotational market. Tech got hit the hardest.
Friday rolling VP tapered below Friday low. Yeah, so they got a build and they came
What's
up and
NVIDIA
then they
doing?
started tapering down here and then they
Wow.
reclaimed the spot, went through the valley area, and now they're just building higher. So my thing too is as they went up into this zone, they got the sell. Surprise, surprise, right? But they didn't get anywhere with it. So now that they're moving back into it, this is new, right? Before, when they first got into it, they didn't know whether this would actually lead to further interest to go downsides. Now we do know it didn't. So coming back into the zone is a whole different trade. PBH, yeah. I mean, if you have a DOM without a level 2, I honestly, I see it a lot. I don't want to sound like an asshole, which is what everyone says before they probably do sound like one. I cannot for the life of me understand why anyone has a DOM up without level 2 data. It confuses the hell out of me because I don't know what the reason for it is. So,
Talking about the DOM?
yeah, like all you see is the price and it's just a ladder moving up and down with no information.
So pretty much what I have here.
Confuses the hell out of me. What would you
Yeah.
got? I don't see anything at all on your thing. Not even price. Are you even on price? Oh no, see you have information, right?
Yeah.
You have the volume profile. Let me give you a tip. Hit the scroll wheel. Hit the scroll wheel on it.
Wait, where are the numbers? Okay, here are the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, so you have information on it. You have the volume, you have the bid and the ask. You have information that's coming from a level 2, right? But some people there's nothing on it. It's just a vertical visualization of each tick. So at that point I'm like, well, clearly you're a price action trader. And at that point, wouldn't it be more ideal to trade the price action? But hey, what do I know?
Kind of a choppy uptrend here. Not much volume. I'm still wondering if we can reject. We do have a divergence here between ES and NQ. Oh, no, not exactly. They're both still at a lower high, but ES is much stronger. Industrials at all-time highs. Let's see, healthcare is green, financials, green. Yeah, ES is much stronger due to that. I mean, NVIDIA is really strong. Somebody pointed that out.
I am kind of afraid that we're just going to get a ranging market for the rest of our session because sellers are definitely here in the 930s. And if price can't break it, I think we're going to get locked in the range.
Yeah, it
And one
makes
might say, why don't
sense.
I just short it then? Because it's the edge of a range. I'm still not convinced that the buyers can't push it through. So what is level two? I mean, level two is just for the resting orders.
Tesla's up.
You get the bid and the ask orders, like orders sitting at bid and at the ask. You don't honestly, I mean, you guys know I'm an order flow trader, but I can't sit here and be like everyone needs to learn order flow. I don't think that's the case at all. I think a lot of people who trade like certain things, like say your order flow or ICT or this or that, there's a lot of, hey, it's my way, or you doing it wrong. I'm not one of those people. I think the only thing that matters is risk management. You can do whatever the hell you want. But if you manage risk, you'll do well. That's my honest opinion. I don't use fibs, but I can guarantee if you do and you use risk management, you'll do well.
Yeah, are we gonna launch in 6902? It looks like it's creeping up into that area. We're at the yearly open here for ES. If we can push out, we have 6918 next, which is 6918, 6920s, which is a back test of here. If I show this hourly here, oh, it's 4 hour, but the 6918 has sort of been the bottom of this overall range. You can see that whenever we break below it, we attempt to move lower, 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 and eventually we lost it, formed some acceptance, right? Multi-hour consolidation here, and then move lower. So this would be the first real back test of that area as we creep up into it. And being that the hourly is already overbought, we are in a second hourly higher high from the bottom, meaning we have a higher high one, higher low one, higher high two. I'm cautious on longs up here because we are into that possible trend completion on the hourly. So they can work, absolutely, but it's a little bit hard for me to press longs from like a sustainable trend, right? Maybe a scalp can work, but it just doesn't meet my exact sort of higher time frame context to put on longs, especially with ES overbought already. We do have an R side divergence. Oh, do we? Very little. So I'm cautious here. I'd rather wait and see what happens up here. But yeah, we're close to that resistance here.
Yeah, it's dicey.
Then for NQ above 960s, 25K area. The next major zone is 25,000, 110, 130 area, which I was short up there again on a test. So we do have a SMT now between ES and NQ. Let's see what takes place here. What's RTY doing? Yeah, it's strong. I think industrials are the best sector at the moment. Look at that all-time highs. Out of a multi-week range, there's just, I don't think we're going to get a bear market. I think it's just rotational.
ES poked a new high.
NBT. I think I want to start trading some Bitcoin.
Are you?
Yeah. I just bought some today for the long-term account. We backtest this 65,000 area.
ATB, I've got plenty of stuff at this point. I have a playbook. I've got a YouTube. I've got this, a Twitter. Just go on my Twitter. It's in the description on the stream. Is that what it's called? The description? Just go on my Twitter. There's a link tree, and every single thing that I have is in that. So, YouTube, Twitter, and then a literal playbook is all out there.
Yeah, energy is the best sector. I think it's it's behind materials. Materials is the best sector in the market. Energy is right behind it. There's just been no pullback in energy to get long. Like, just been straight up.
Anyone coming in seeing the titles like, who the hell is this XYZ? I see it's F and J.
Follow shot caller.
Chat, ASL?
XLK is not up to highest. You are joking.
ASL guys? I'm not talking to you before you give me your ASLs. Or like when someone logs on, you hear the door open.
Oh,
Or when someone logs off or
how did
blocks you.
how did they pull that out?
You can start to see who in the chat is 30 and over. I would say maybe like 34, 30, approaching mid 30s at least. Bunch of unks. Yeah, you can see who's an unk in the chat.
Door opening. Whoa, space. You got to get out of here.
Space. Does your mom know you're on in the chat rooms?
Close by.
Zanga. I had a Zanga, but I never posted in it. That took some effort. I just had it to read other people's Zangas.
What came after that? MySpace? Was that after?
No, Zanga became, yeah, it was. MySpace took over. Everyone just started posting on MySpace. And then YouTube came about not too long after. Oh man, we were around when YouTube was
LiveJournal.
brand new. Every video extremely pixelated. We're talking 240p at best.
Yo, Shab, you were all over the socials, huh?
LiveJournal, sub. I don't even know what sub profiles.
Shab's been posting a selfie since 2002.
And then I mean AIM only died because of Facebook Messenger. Leroy Jenkins. One of my favorite all-time YouTube clips was I think it was Bill O'Reilly when he's just telling him like, I'll do it live. It's like, fuck it, I'll do it live.
Yeah, that was the best.
Dude, iconic. Iconic.
All right, we're continuing higher. And this ES does not want to retrace.
We'll do
Going
it live.
for that 69.18.
How does it feel to be old? I don't feel old. I just am.
We're still extended here. I can't press longs here. If you guys are long, I would just say to pay
Watch out.
yourselves.
Yeah. I'm either shorting this zone or doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same for NQ.
I'm hesitant. Ideally, I get some positive tape that tries to drag price back in, but
Look at
I
that.
don't know if they're going to give us that. It looks like it's just going to be negative tape right now. So I want to see a failed effort trying to get back towards the 940s, 950s. Maybe try to get a short on that, but if they keep running this down, it's going to be tough to get any good entries. So I'll wait, see if the market gives me anything to work with. That tape is pretty mad, yeah. So they just filled 100. Okay, I'm gonna try to get short with the market here. Unless they decide, screw that, I don't want you on board, which seems to be the case. I'm gonna pull my orders. Um, yeah, I wish when they trade the 920s, they kind of like pulled this back to the 930s, 940s, show me some buying, like some real buying. Um, fail to reclaim the zone and then get short. But the tape is they're tired of it. They are tired of it. So
No setup here for me to join short. We didn't have exactly a 9 MA higher low. I would have liked to see this to then higher low into the 9 MA. We broke right below it. But here's that range state that I say we could be seeing. We had an SMT, we had a divergence with ES and NQ. We're overbought into resistance here. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good rejection there.
Mia, all those answers are in the playbook. So feel free to take a look.
I do. I brought my size down a bit, Eric. But then it like earlier, I had like my average size is for the day trade account is 12 minis. No, not 12 minis. 12 micros.
Many. Dang.
And then in this short attempt here, I had 18. But in this short earlier, I had 6. So like I brought down my size to 6 instead of 12. But in the short, I really liked it that I sold it 3 times to have 18 contracts. That was a good rejection.
We are getting some buying. I hope they're able to push price up to see if I can get a reoffer. But if not, this thing's gonna fall pretty fast because there's quite a bit of buying in here right
There
now.
was a divergence with Delta too. Man, I missed that. That is at 1.5 R now. But I mean, now this sort of confirms that NQ will be range bound.
Yeah, I get the same vibes. So I'm hoping to be able to fade the highs again.
What's the red EMA? Yeah, that's the 50 EMA in red. My levels are fixed. I do change them every 2-3 years, depending on if we go to like a volatility event. That will mean large candles that I need to adjust the ranges of these zones.
Buyers getting killed right now on the tape. Oh, no pullback.
That was a great area. I wanted it too, but no, I didn't have my entry exactly how I wanted it. So here's
What
that
says you
rejection.
buyers are getting killed in tape? Because
Yeah.
they were really buying NQ 860s, even into the 870s. They were really buying that thing. And the fact that that's not enough, and then just they got ran over. Yeah, they're getting killed. Um, I would say that was the buying that typically, yeah, it would lead to a pullback to go back up and then, make another decision. But tape's real angry. They are literally just eating up any longs. So I wished that they got back up to around the 900s, maybe a little higher, so that I can try to find a short.
Yeah.
But the market wants to sell here. So
So here's that. We had that 69.18 test that I brought up earlier in ES, and we were testing it. And then on the hourly, I shared, hey, possible RSI divergence, second higher high, which I shared, hey, it's very tough to get long here because we are seeing a possible trend completion. And we sort of just confirmed that right now with the rejection here up here. And that sort of confirms now for me that, yes, ES did see a new high, but we're going to be in a range bound market now that we failed to have followed through higher. So if we are, then our range for NQ is going to be 960s to 760s. And let's see if we can get some sort of mean reversion in there. '66, '65 in ES is a good support area. It's a recent 15-minute breakout. So let's see if we can move down there, and then I'll be looking for a reversal long to continue this range bound structure.
here's a pullback. I know nothing. Yeah, 90 MA is dead to me today because it's not doing anything. Um, Price just crosses back and forth. Really, the only time I would look to play the 9 is if it's a directional market where it actually holds price. It's not doing that today. That being said, I will still use it in a way of not getting into a trade if price is really extended from it. Yeah, for like chasing a direction. That would still apply today, but I'm not opening new positions. If I do, it's not because it's the 9. But I'm open to trying a short. So we'll see how this goes. The tape is really fast right now. They can just continue higher and take out this position from me. But if they do sustain, I'll start to add into it. So putting on one right now just to get a feel for it. See what they want to do.
You're
Still
doing
pretty
here,
50-50.
is that long or short?
I'm short. Yeah. One lot. Looking to see if they can really get momentum. I'll add. If not, I'll just gonna take it off right here. 807. I'll stop out
Looking to see if we can wedge up.
and stop now. So yeah, from here, I'm going to look for shorts and see what they get. I'm going to try another one here. stops really tight on these. I just want to, if it's not going to work out, like from here, I want to get the hell out of the trade. Still buying on this tape. Yeah, I'm out of that.
Yeah, NQ's wedging up here, consolidating for a move. Let's see how we react at this 9MA on the 2-minute. If we can create a lower high. So something like this, low, lower high, and then reject. If we don't reject and we start to climb back higher, I'll be looking for a long.
I'm gonna
See if
try to
we
get
can push.
shorts, but I don't know if they care.
Yeah, I think they just rejected here from where you were looking, no?
They did. I'm trying to get fills. Oh, hell no, I'm getting out. So that was definitely a failed move lower. That's not good. Not for shorts.
I'm trying to long here as we reclaim the 9MA lower high in ES though, because that is the strongest.
Some selling coming in the tape. I want to see if they can get anything done. If not, this will continue higher. Pretty interesting 15-minute candle just closed there. Outside bar. Tape is still pretty bullish here. You long yet?
Yeah, I'm long ES. I will close it here though if we don't push out and then wait a little bit more.
The tape still looks pretty strong here.
All right, I closed it. I'm just gonna wait again. If we do reclaim this lower high, then I'll join for a long.
I'm filling some shorts here. Could get pretty dicey.
This ES is holding really well. We should have seen more fall to the lower, but we didn't. NQ's right in the middle of the range we're in. Really not much action there.
Yeah, the tape is pretty double-sided here. Yeah, I'm stopped out of that. Yeah,
All
I
right,
should have.
I'm long.
You got long again. I should have longed that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold it this time.
Two
See if
attempts for
ES.
sellers. They did not get what they wanted. Yeah, super sticky tape. Double-sided is sticky. Sure is.
All right, I have partial set for 1R.
See if they can break this higher. Maybe the rest of the day can expand too. So they've actually held some pretty big selling on the way here. 921, 915s. Hope they can sustain it.
Yeah, this is strong. I'm looking for new highs in ES now. Because we should have, if we were going to see follow through from that rejection, guys, at 69.18, we should have put in a low, lower high, and then reject it back down, right? We need to follow through off that rejection. We didn't. And so what sort of brings me in on reversal trades is when this new trend attempt of lower low, lower high fails, then you have a 9 MA reversal, right? And what could be considered as in the swing trading world, they call this an expectation breaker because the expectation of follow through off that resistance fails, and then you have the opposite directional move.
Tape sped up here. This is good for a break. Hope they can do it.
Yeah, I'll just stick to this and see what happens.
Yeah, my stops are wider now. They're about 12, 15 points. But not too long ago, I wasn't taking like a 15-point stop. Like I'd have it at 10 points or 15 points, but I'm not taking the stop. I'm flattening beforehand. It's too crazy. I can't just like flatten out 7 points stops and stuff like that because not much has happened since. So yeah, my stops are now about 15 points, anywhere from 12 to 15. I'm a ride or ride out kind of guy. Do I look at RVol? Yes, I do. I do look at RVol. Huge increase in the pace of tape here. Hope they can break this. Breaking a hold would be nice.
Let's see if we can push out to a new all-time high, not new all-time highs, to
Right now.
new daily highs.
I'm gonna fill some shorts here and see. 906 is where the 9 is right now.
All right, now what we need is for us to have a higher low that gets protected this time, not like last time, it gets protected. We build a little bit of structure, maybe a little bit of acceptance, and then push out.
So they either drive this lower, I'm flattening this thing. I'm scratching that out. I would really like to see them hold above 25K. I think that would open up easier trades. Wow, someone just bought 750 lots. You guys see that? That is insane. Packs. Oh man. 757. 757 lots. Who's got that kind of money, guys?
Need me to fill me here. All right, I brought my TP for my first partial down a bit. So I already took half off here. And my risk is paid for. And now I can wait and see if we do push up. I don't know how much it has in it left. I still think it's going to be choppy, why I brought my TP down.
Trying to layer in some orders here. Some sell just came by and tape did not budge too much. Finger is on the flatten button right now. See if I can get one more fill upside. If they start trading the mid 80s, I will just get out of this trade. Tape is being painted pretty red. That's my tell. They need to move this. They start trading above the 80s and really showing interested offer prints. I'm going to get out. I'm keeping my eye on this real closely right now. So essentially, I'm giving it about like 6 points. Prints are still pretty thin. That's good enough. I'm going to get out. Can always get back in, but I don't want to hold into a lot of interest upside here with all that selling that's coming in right now. So got out about 5-6 points there. I do feel this is a pretty good opportunity. So I had to take that. Don't regret it. 544 lots, 995. They're definitely going to fill that. I want to see what happens. Yes, it's still climbing.
Yeah, hopefully it gets to my next partial area.
Pulled it. They pulled it at 995. Interesting. I scratched out of that trade. I think I took a 5 point loss on it. This is a huge decision spot for me, so I will be active. I want to see if we reject this area, go back down, or they can bid above it, and I'm going to start to try to find longs off of it. Either way, I will be active.
Wow, NVIDIA, what a reversal. Wowzers. Wow, wow, wow.
What's NVIDIA doing? What percent?
7%.
Green?
Yeah.
Little oversold, huh?
I mean, this thing's building. NVIDIA's building a massive base now since August. We have earnings at the end of the month. Come on, fill me on my next exit, and then it can do whatever it wants. And that'll be it for me. NVIDIA to MSTR up 20%. Yeah, but that's down like 90%. Yeah, semi-manufacturers are probably the best ones to get long. Like ASML, much better chart. MU, TSM. TSM's doing really well right now. I want some of that. Wow, Kohu attempting to break out. Very strong action. NQ's finally breaking out of that wedge I
Bought
shared.
92, 94 lots bought at 25 even. Watching 25 even. Ooh, I should not have taken myself out of the trade.
Am I okay? Yeah, I'm okay. What?
RTY up 3%.
Not much to do for me. I'm just writing the rest of this trade. See if we push out.
Look
Looking
at
at
that
some
15-minute candle. It's a good candle. All right, I'm gonna try see if the market can give some longs. Want to see 25,080.
wow, Casey. Man, this
We do have
stock.
Euro close in about 15. I hope they pull this back so I can now get long with it. Last time I traded Crude was like 2023. It was because the indexes were so slow. $960s would be nice. Not sure if they can really take it that far.
They got to clear that 69.19, guys. There's something there.
Definitely want longs though.
I think it's going to pull back. It's not going to fill me on the other trade. Oh, bummer.
All right. Looking for longs.
You know, this 960, 970s area could be a good support now. Now that
Yeah.
we went above it. I'm looking to see if we now create a good higher low in ES, our high, higher low, and then push out once more.
Really would like this lower. They are running into a passive bid right now.
I don't trade crude. Looking for 18s. I mean, we did get that. The 69.18 zone here, we tagged it. I already partialed out Bolivia. I already took half off into 1R. So my trade is I took the risk off the table. We can see if we can create a higher low here now for ES and NQ. That's ideally what we want in order to see new highs. Higher high, higher low, higher high.
Trying to get some fills
Hey, Alex, good to see
long
you.
side. Might be a little too early on the longs, but this could really be as far as it pulls back. I'm not going to give that up over a few points. So I'm going to try the longs now. Bid's getting kind of jumpy here. So risk is tight enough for me to be happy with these longs. And I do want to see 25K 80 coming up. So see if they can pull this out here.
Wow, banks are strong.
I'd like to see a good close, decent close in 20 seconds. If not, I might have to just flatten this too, play it safe, maybe get back in after. Yeah, like I said, guys, I'm looking to get active in this range for sure. Whether it's downside or upside. I think this is where the market really makes its choice, and I want to be involved.
Yeah, major key area. Oh, you bought it?
Yeah,
970s?
I started scaling in longs around the 80s and 70s.
Yeah, good. That was the spot.
I'm looking for 25K, 25,080 as the next place to go. Here's to hoping. Haven't taken any profits. Floating about 2K. But I do think we have a pretty good chance at the 80s. So I'll peel off as we go. But I want to get closer to it for sure. In my eyes, I have really good prices. If price were to hold here, and this is the pullback, I have very good prices, and I don't want to give these up over just, what is this, like 20 points. So we'll see. If the market can start moving, give me a good push somewhere, like really drastic, dramatic. Yeah, I'll cover on that. I'm going to go down to 4. I'm going to try to get another one off to get to the halfway mark. All right, so we're down to 3. I'm going to go ahead and set these break even and see if we can get close to the 80s. Yeah, they were, it was real crazy down there. A lot of sell was coming in, like really hitting the tape. The buying started to step in real two ways, and every time they kind of inch lower, it was really tapered. So I started to fill. I mean, anyone who's watching, you see me fill one by one by one by one. And as things are confirming, you put more on and stuff. But I really wanted the best prices that they can offer if it were to hold in that range. That's just how I trade. Could they have moved lower? Absolutely. They could have. That could have been like not the pullback yet to get in on, but my risk was a few points. I'm not going to let that opportunity go because I don't want to pay like that ticket cost. So this is what it was. It wasn't me knowing in any way like, yeah, this is definitely going to hold. I had no idea. Yes, just ran to like 700 lots. They filled it right away and they instantly went back the other way. Which
Yeah,
isn't
right
too,
before filling me. What the hell?
yeah. But I mean, this is doing what I would expect. So I'm still looking for longs. If it pulls back enough, I'll just get more longs in and try to head up. The 80s is where I'd be happy to peel this off. So I think we're pretty good on that. We had a really good 15-minute bar that breached my zone, closed above, and that's why I'm just getting longs. But everything is TBD, guys. Um, Probably a good example for a video. Maybe if I remember to do that.
Wow.
I do have a little something to post after the stream. It's just a Twitter short. But yeah, I was scaling into a range that was holding. Could have totally just lost that, like every trade. But the idea is if it does work out here, these are the best prices. Gives me really narrow risk. Now I'm seeing if there's opportunity to add.
I moved my
Kind
stop
of,
up to minus 0.5R just so I can lock in another profitable trade if we do all of a sudden retrace.
sell side's still coming in. I'm just kind of waiting around for them to knock it off. If they ever do.
Yeah, they were so close to filling me and they just smacked it right down.
Yeah, they went to what, 30s? It's pretty short of my target. So I still think the trade is still on. Still willing to put more on. But not as long as the sellers are still piling in. So either it comes down, takes me out, about break even here, or it holds somewhere and I'm going to put more on. Up to the sellers.
I don't want to take more partials here. All right, I took more partials here, just under 1R. And now I have, I don't remember how many contracts I started with. Maybe 1/4 left. Because I see that we can see a pullback here. So I'd rather take more off.
Yeah, they're coming for my entry here. So if they do get what? This is like a point above, 4 ticks above my entry. I will take the trade off there and see if you just get new longs or something. Or if they really crack this through, it's not gonna look good for longs. I'm pretty price agnostic right now. Not too concerned about it either way. So we have a bid that's jumping up. Still not too convinced. I want them to hold above 25K. There's a decent chunk of volume traded under that right now, just under on this pullback. And if they can hold above it, it's a good sign. But it ain't up to me. So trading above 04s, 25K 04s would be good for ads. Otherwise, tape is really speeding up. Bid is still here. Selling is still really aggressive. So they traded 140 lots against the ask up at 25K even, and now they're trading under it, which is not the best sign.
Yeah, we're getting that retracement here that I thought we could get. Let's see if it just turns into a higher low or we come back all the way down since we were unable to get through that 69.18 zone.
I had about 3K open profits right there that just came back to me. So I'm glad I took out half the position now.
Bitcoin just keeps going up. What's the...
So we made about 3K, 6K total, could have had it. Still onto long. If this pulls down low enough, I'm gonna have to short it, but still willing to engage in this range. We have the euro close in 2 minutes.
I'm going to move my stop to break even on the rest so I can lock in my third profitable trade for the day and call it a day. I had a small scratch earlier that you guys saw, but that'll be it for me today. Guys, what's the dollar amount for Bitcoin? Let's see here for MBT.
Would you trade Bitcoin over the weekend?
I don't know. Maybe. Let's see.
Try to fill back in long side. Oh, they're leaving without me. Nope, nope.
50 cents per contract. $5 points. I gotta look it up. Yeah, I don't see why you can't trade crypto futures over the weekend, can you? Yeah, right. They're 24/7, or do they close like the futures market?
I don't know. But they're available on the weekends. Yeah, I don't know if there's that one like hour or so, but they are open. Oh, the futures closes. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I'm hoping I nailed this pullback bottom. The dream for the 80s is still on, guys. We've got 4. So maybe it's a blessing they pulled back because they gave me some extra bullets for the rocket ship.
Look at that. Yes, bouncing back up.
Now I'm like, if I just took that 6K and then got back in now, I'd be even more rich. Yeah, maybe the 50-point TP1's a little too much, huh, guys?
All right. Well, my trade is paid for. I don't need to look at this anymore. Just set it and forget it. See if we push out or not.
This could, if this trade works out, I could potentially see a 5-figure day here. If not, nothing to do but sit and cry. Selling's coming in. They need to hold this. This is going to be everything.
Run
If they don't
one
hold this selling,
candles the other, Chris. I
this
don't know
could
what
be
that
over.
means, Spore. Can you retype that?
Tape is still strong.
Take my medicine.
I'm going to take one off now. Go down to 3. See if we can tag the 30s. They just held off some selling, which is nice. Don't want to sit with just open profits. We got 770 lots. I'm going to fill right under them. Oh, they pulled. All right. Down to 2. Thanks. I hate it. All right. This is going to go to 2580. Or the game is rigged.
Hey, that's awesome, Jacob. Glad you're here with us. Wow, BRT so strong.
What exactly made me flip from looking bearish instead of earlier bullish? It's simple. It's a zone. All of my zones or levels, anywhere, it's just a reference area where I think the market will make a choice. And if we're trading in a reference area, I think a choice will be made, and I'm trying to be on the side that provides good risk reward. So before we really broke this zone, I'm thinking like this can definitely offer from here, and I'm going to be positioned for it as long as I can keep risk tight. So my stops have been anywhere from 15 to like 10 points. Sometimes I'd scratch out for five or six, right? But if it were to work, I'd be paid massively. Um, and then once it breached upside, closed a really good 15-minute candle, and it's showing acceptance. They're bidding, they're auctioning. To me, the next spot, if this zone holds, it's just like my high time frame chart, right? If this zone holds, and we go up, the next spot could be the 80s. So now I have a runway from around 25K, a little under. I wanted like 960s, but I had to settle for 970s for the pullback. And this gives me still like about a 100-point runway. So for someone that risks very little on each trade, this is definitely loaded dice in my favor. So I'm going to interact. Yeah. So we do have like a little low volume spot, but I don't think this is going to matter. I think they just go through and go to the next spot, which is around like the 90s, like 89 to the 90. I'm going to peel off a little early. I have a level at the 80, and that'll be good enough for me,
It was
assuming we
MBT's
get
on
there.
fire.
I hope that makes sense for whoever was asking. But the fact is, we don't know anything. I don't know that it's going to trade 80. I just know which way we're currently going, what the tape looks like. Ever since we broke above this range, which is like the 90s, 2490s, bids hold every attempt at an offer. And if that's going to be the case, show me some offers so I can buy the offer, which is exactly what I'm doing. I'm buying the offers that come in. And if the offer gets continuation, I'm right out of the trade. Forget it. Let's go find another spot. It just happened to work. You guys are seeing the moments that it works. You guys are seeing the moments that it doesn't work. It's just market things. I don't like that we just traded 950 lots up here and we're moving back lower. But I like that we traded the 950. Like they're showing that they're willing to buy this. They don't care.
I know,
Market's
Mr.
running.
Market.
Buyers need to buy. They're not afraid to buy. It tells me that there is interest. Downside here in the 35s, they're filling 330. Don't like that they're slipping under, but it's interest, right? As long as the tape can continuously show me interest bid side, I'm happy about it. So this is gonna trade up to this level, or it's coming back all the way break even on me. These two lots. Made my choice. I can get a 5-figure day if I can get my target. I think anywhere in the 70s would be nice for me.
All right, so for $500 risk on MBT, I would need 12 or 13 contracts of MBT. So 24 contracts for $1,000 of risk. All right, so it gives me an idea. All right, so we're finally pushing out here in ES. It is the leader. And there's nothing to but to continue to hold. We did get that higher low, even though it was funky. Remember I said I wanted to see a higher
Brooks,
low.
if you
What's
want
that?
beginner order flow, you're gonna have to. I say like, I mean, YouTube has everything. YouTube University, Axia Futures is good. I don't have any beginner stuff because I don't feel like it's gonna add much value because there's so much of it already. I'm not sure that I would do it better than anybody else anyway. It's pretty basic stuff. You can easily find that knowledge on YouTube for free. Um, But yes, my entries break even right now. I'm gonna die with these two lots. They're either going to get into the 70s, hopefully tag the 80, or they die at break even. When you say numbers bought and sold, what column? I'm looking at the bid and the ask. That's because that's literally what's telling me what the market orders are. But if you use leg to leg delta, you can kind of see the same information. You see this 930 right here. They ran into a wall, filled it, which is good news. Kind of struggling to stay up it right now. 35s has almost 400 lots traded against the ask, which is a huge passive seller too. The fact that we're still sticking around here is what I like, although we're trading under it. This could collapse. Absolutely. This could collapse right here, right now, come all the way back to me, or this can rocket through because there's a lot of sellers here. There are a lot of sellers and they're being filled. So if there are a shit ton of sellers and the buyers are willing to fill all those orders, what does that tell you? Once the sellers are out of the way, this thing's just gonna fly because they filled the sell interest. And if they're going to fill that much sell interest, that's evidence there is a lot of buy interest. They're going to have to step in front of them to a pretty large degree to stop the move. But right now it's a coin flip. Who knows? I really don't know. I like that we're still up here, but like I said, this thing could collapse. It's either it's either going to crash downwards or crash upwards. That's all it is. Expansive.
Fudge.
I appreciate that. I do my best.
Man, home builders, gosh, no pullback. I mean, that was the pullback.
Is it fair to say I was risking 5 to 10 to make 30 to 50? Well, my plan at the time was about 100 points. So I'm risking. I don't want to say like, oh, it's a 10-hour trade. I don't really see things that way. I see things as my execution and risk is simply, I think the market goes here before it goes here, which means I think the market goes to my limit orders before it goes to where my stop order is. That's all it is. My R is always going to be high in my trades, but my hit rate is not going to be that high because the stops are very narrow, right? So naturally, I mean, you guys just see me take losses like every day on stream. But how am I green, right? It's just managing the risk. It really doesn't matter what your trading style is. Just make it make sense. You don't, I really do not like to encourage people to risk the way I do. It requires a whole different way of thinking of, hey, just because I'm taking the risk off now doesn't mean my trade's invalidated. I just don't want to hold it at this point in case it does anything else, but I'll get back in, right? It's a whole different thing. I'm not a flat to flat trader. I am a scalper. Everything works, but not everything is for everyone. There's a reason people say it's super easy to make money in this game. It's very hard to keep it. Super easy because everything works. Hard to keep it because you need to manage risk. So they're constantly running into huge liquidity up here. 500 lots almost at the 50 even. Can't say I'm a fan of that. But they're filling it. How do I handle chop? And try your best not to engage with it. If you see that it's chop, just don't do anything. I think that might be more of a question of like, how do you find your way to trade every single market environment? You just can't. Guys, we don't need to make money every day, especially if you trade a cash account. What's the hurry? Seriously, what is the hurry? Why do you need to make money today and not tomorrow or the next day or whenever? It's just way easier. The best trades are the easiest ones. Tape is still really strong. I am like deathly afraid of a pretty deep pullback right now at this point. I'm really just looking to see if they continue to buy this thing. I'm going to clear the tape, get some new prints. I don't want to see weak buy prints here.
I'm going to move my stop on the rest under this last higher low just to trail the position up as we continue higher. I'll just let it do whatever it wants.
I'm going to cut this now. So we're getting like huge tape bombs. Yeah, so there's the death. I don't think we've seen the highs, so I'll get back in. I just want this tape bomb to get it out the way, get your feelings out. And we'll reconsider some things. Do you believe the idea is still intact? Trying to carefully layer in some orders. So I can't complain too much if they hold this here about the pullback because it allowed me to get some more size onto for the idea. Yeah, that was more of like, all right, we have a lot of late buyers up there with all of the offers they chewed through, plenty of late buyers. Those are the ones you can never trust. So when they start to get shaken out, just let it happen and see where the market can catch. I'm going to get out of this scratch out, but I think it was like a 2.3 point scratch. Wait to see if they really hold this range. I expected that to move through up there. Still willing to take
I think that may be
longs.
it.
What's up?
I think that may be it. The 15 minutes starting to,
Yeah, it's starting to turn a little bit, huh?
yeah.
Almost a doji on that prior candle. Still think
Like
we can catch a nice bid though, as long as we're trading above
inside
25K.
15-minute candle.
If they can get closer to like 25K even, be cooler. Not sure that they can.
I mean, yeah, if we continue higher, this can go to 25,000, 110s, 120s since we reclaimed 960s in NQ. ES reclaimed 68.93. It's into 69.18. It's still dancing around here. So there's no real strength up here. We're just chopping up over the last like 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I think this is probably it here.
I'm gonna try to scale in.
Not much for me to do just to trail this. Hey, Karen, thanks for being with us. Have a good weekend. This is a parabolic shape on the 1 hour look suggests to me. Just really big reversal. I mean, eventually we will correct this and see a little bit of retracement, but I mean, we are overbought on the hourly. We've seen a straight up move since overnight lows. Maybe he wants to tag Friday high before actually resting and pulling back, but if we have seen the bottom of this move, then the next main big trade idea would be to buy a pullback to when it creates a higher low against last night's low, right? That would be the main turning point. Like from a trend following perspective, you buy that and you hold that for a new high. But we're pretty close to seeing the top of this hourly push. That's why it's like a small grind higher, because it's just, it's like exhausted, it's tired. Like it's trying to push, but it's doesn't have the same momentum behind it. So either we stall here, or we do see prior day high in ES and then see a pullback, and then Q can see 25,120s, and then see a high there.
Sorry, chat. Can't see. I'm locked in. I'm trying to watch these guys play tag right now, using what Chris taught me in the morning.
Yeah, there you go.
They're playing tag.
There you go. You guys hear that? Oh, shoot. Did I?
Gonna get a new 5-minute bar soon. I'm gonna maybe put on a 4th lot here, but very dicey. Pretty interesting.
No.
See if they'll fill this here right under the 30. Got that fill. All right, let's see if they can continue from here.
$3,900.
I'm gonna take one off about 20 points higher, just where that huge, actually no, screw that. I'll watch the 45s. Huge seller there. They ran into a wall there, so I'm wary. But trade ID is still on. That 80 is still valid for me. But we do have huge absorption, mid 40s, so I will be mindful. Average looks like it's 25 right now. Fingers on the flatten button still. Now that buying's coming in, really want to see them get continuation, or it would be too many attempts up here, and then the market might really flush.
Hey, we got 500 likes. That's awesome. We have 1,100 of you. Close to 1,100. Can we get to 650, guys? Oh, we're done in a couple minutes here. So the day's done. The week is done for me. Won't be trading anymore.
Can we get to the 80 before we get kicked off? You think it's possible?
541. Let's get to 600 likes. Yeah, guys, help us out. Help the network out. We had a fantastic stream session today. We have Ninja XY just scalping this back and forth action, collecting those coins.
Little gold coins.
I got some good trades in. We're green on the day. It's a good way to close out the week.
When we're both green.
Yeah.
Going into the weekend.
Good way to close out the week. Oh, yeah.
Yo,
Hey, Jim.
Jimster.
is my
Jim,
mic
help me
working
out
here,
on this
guys?
trade. Yeah, can you just market buy a shitload of NQ right now? Just real fast. I just want to see something.
Yeah.
I just want to see something. All right, I'm
Is he
gonna start.
muted?
Could you hear me now, guys?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, help me out and market buy this thing. Yeah.
You guys are both in sync today, both long, looking for targets, huh?
Um,
It was a
doing
good
my
one.
best.
Good
Yeah.
sesh. Plans
It's
for the
been,
weekend, Jim?
say that again, Chris.
Any plans for the weekend?
I am hanging out with my pop, my dad this weekend, just hanging out, chilling. How about you guys?
Nice. I'm
Super
I'm not doing
Bowl.
much. What are you doing, X?
Super Bowl.
Oh, that's this Sunday.
Gonna
Go
watch it.
sports.
Yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, we're gonna have a Super Sunday Open, by the way, everybody, at 5:45 p.m. with Mr. Shapiro is gonna lead the way here with Farm. Farm is back. We have Blake Morrow and Pax, so should be interesting. What time? The game doesn't start till after anyway, I don't think. I hope.
The game, I think it starts around like 3.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll
But
have
it's
live
long. I
updates.
mean, you got like I gotta get out of the trade. You got like the halftime show and all that stuff.
Yeah,
It's a,
yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward
Yeah, I
to it. I'm
think
not
that's
crazy
it.
about the teams involved, but I don't know. Should be fun.
I think I'm gonna call it two on this trade. Close out the week.
yeah, I got out of that trade around break even. I'm happy with
XYZ, are
it.
you done for the week, or are you gonna look at the close?
What's up?
Are you done for the week, or are you gonna look for trades on the
Oh no,
close?
I'm done. I'm done.
And Chris,
I've
after
got
this
enough
trade,
trading
that's it
in.
for you for the day?
Oh, I'm done. Yeah, it's been a busy week.
Yeah. Well, the good news about being out on the West Coast is, lunchtime's it's still early in the morning. You guys got all day to do whatever you guys do.
Hmm.
Yeah, I gotta start with breakfast first. I know it's lunchtime for you.
Oh man. All right. Well, good luck on managing your way out of this. Appreciate you guys as usual. Thanks everybody for being here as part of NinjaTrader Live. Best trading community there is. Hard stop on that. Appreciate the subscriptions, everybody. Absolutely. And thank you for the thumbs up as well. These guys did a great job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hey, no more golf clap. We upgraded.
In any event, you guys have a great weekend. I'm going to do a quick edge report to end of the week, and looking forward to seeing you guys again next week.
All right, Jim, have a
Yeah,
good
chat.
weekend.
See you
XY,
guys.
have a good weekend. Later, chat.
Those guys are great. Those guys are great. I love those guys. So, I mean, a lot of reversals going on here. Let's just look at the Bitcoin really quickly here. We're still not out of the woods, but we're almost to that 70,000 level here. It's a pretty decent sized green candle. We're well above the piercing line of yesterday's big red candle. So that's a positive sign. RSI is still looking pretty negative still. Intraday, though, it's been a really kind of nice orderly rally, right? We don't have any major dominating benchmark candles really, but we are kind of creeping our way up to that call resistance level at 71,000 and then put supports at 72,000. So right now we're paused around that 0 DT put support at 70,000. But again, looking pretty positive here for the Bitcoin on the day. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P real quick and take a peek at that. We'll just stick with let's go back to the daily chart just so for perspective here. This candle is on its way to becoming a benchmark candle, but also a bullish engulfing. We need a few more points up to get there, but we're above that 69.02 that me and Pax were talking about this morning by about 10, 11 handles. Anything could happen at the end of the day, including, remember, there could be some profit taking and there could also be some folks not wanting to have a position going into the weekend. So anything could happen at the end of the day. Be on your toes here. Targets on the upside, really, at this point, my target is taking out yesterday's high wick, and we'll see if we could do that. That's at 35. I'll tell you exactly where it's at. I'll use my mouse. 35 spot 25. So we'll see if we could drive further up there. Intraday, we're just stuck against that zero DTE gamma wall, that zero DTE call resistance. So there's a lot, top of the day, top of the range, top of the value area, top of everything. So there's a lot of resistance right there. But we do have the previous session's highs at that 35 level I just talked about, 35 spot 25, and then the weekly open is 69.4350. So that's another target on the upside, I think, for the bulls. Beyond that, there's also that 69.50 level and that 69.70 level, which is blind spot one for MenthorQ. On the downside, I'm going to keep my eye on the VWAP here. This is that white session VWAP right now. It's at 68.72, right by Jack's 3. Point of control, this isn't the greatest volume profile of all time. It's a little weird looking, but we got a point of control right now at 68.91. But then we have another competing point of control right at that MenthorQ one-day max. It's 69.95. So from a retracement point of view, there's three levels I'm going to look for. One is the top of the the IB high, and that's '07. Then that one-day max, and then the POC, right? Because there's a lot of volume here. Sometimes it does act like a magnet, even though there's a competing point of control up here at 15. So, but I'm thinking retracement. We'll see if we get it. If we don't break through, and start making new highs. VWAP, that would, I don't know, that's a possibility, but that would be a pretty substantial retracement back down in this particular market. So that is the Edge Report this afternoon. I should say late morning. Appreciate everybody being here with us today as usual. Be careful. It is Friday. Remember, Capital Preservation Friday. So take your time. Have your stops in, best practices and all that good stuff. Thank you for being part of the community. Awesome. We had an awesome week. I'm looking forward to next week. We're going to start strong, just like we finished strong today. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Having said all that, the most important message, especially going into a weekend, especially going into a celebratory weekend like the Super Bowl, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you Sunday night.